Yeah, I think so. Alright, just trying to make sure everything's going through right now. Just checking out my stuff. Give it just a little bit of moment here, folks. We'll wait for a little bit more people to show up here for the live stream portion. Of course, if you miss any of this, I will be putting this on my YouTube and making this as a highlight as well. I will actually be breaking this up into 3 parts because I am going to be reviewing three of them total. I didn't say it specifically in the tweet too, but I'm going to just do a redux of my Mobile Suit Gundam one because that one kind of went lengthy and more of a tirade, and I want to keep it a little bit more condensed for y'all. And just like I'm doing with the formats of the other two, I'm also going to try and keep it away from doing too much of this PowerPointy stuff. I still do want to kind of do, give you a little bit of an imagery to look at besides myself. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you might have some little stuff to look at, but I'm gonna try and keep this visually entertaining. I would hope you guys also participate too. I want to give my full review first, and then anybody who wants to talk, I'm going to try and keep an eye on my chat here. And please, let me know what you think. What do you think about my thoughts or anything like that? So just give it a little bit of a moment here. Give me some of this liquid IV. I think I don't know if some people know about it. It sounds like I'm joking about liquid IV, but this is actually called liquid IV. It's one of those not powder, but it's like the electrolyte packs that we drop into a drink. It's actually really, really good, and I don't know if it's super healthy or not, but it's actually really, really good. It has a lot of nice little things in there, and does keep you hydrated. Today is the first time I kind of broke the rules and did the whole, because usually my wife and I, we would just take up the packet and just pour it into our pitcher and then share amongst that. It dilutes the taste though, so I did it within just my nice little 16 ounce right here, and it's really, really good. I like it. Okay, and not to delay us any further here, let me just scoot some things over here just so I can make sure I got something here, and I can actually see you lovely folks when you message me. I'm gonna keep an eye. It's like right there, there's a little tiny corner here. So I'm like, I got my screens here, if you can't tell. All right, let's go ahead and begin with the review. So, like I mentioned to you guys before earlier, I'm going to be doing 3 reviews today. I'm going to be doing a redux of the Mobile Suit Gundam series, so a retelling of my review, because it's been a week later, and it's not often enough that I actually get to revisit something so shortly. This is one of the series that I always have an issue giving a very solid rating on, because it's really depending on my mood at the time, so it's kind of fun to come back to it. I will also be doing the review for the Mobile Suit Gundam movie trilogy, which is basically rewatching the original series again. However, there's some pretty big differences between the two, and it's nice to watch it side by side. And then lastly, I will also be doing a review on Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin, which is an awesome kind of like, not redux telling, manga-wise redux telling, but having a lot of backstory and world building before the 1-year war. Okay, with that said, let's go ahead and begin with the Mobile Suit Gundam review. So, just some knowledge drop on here. The original Mobile Suit Gundam is about 40 years old, came back out, I don't have the information with me right now, but it was back in April of 1979. It was originally canceled, scheduled and slated to be a 52-episode series, condensed down to 43 episodes. US, we only got 42. To be honest, that 43rd can go away. It is a pretty bad filler episode, so I'm glad we got that out of the way. But I did review the original Mobile Suit Gundam series actually a week ago. I'm coming back to it again with all my notes again and refreshing and rehashing myself with all this information so I could see kind of a comparison. So I'm still going to keep my original review up, but I'm going to have this reduxed one and see if a little more clairvoyant of mind here. But for those of you who don't know what the story of Mobile Suit Gundam is, Mobile Suit Gundam is basically taking place in the year Universal Century 0079. The Principality of Xi'an declares its independence from the Earth Federation and initiates a war with them. 9 months have passed with half of the entire population, or human population, decimated by this war. We then follow Amuro Ray and several others as they are dragged into this war unwillingly when Xeon soldiers attack their colony when they find out that they are harboring a secret Federation mobile suit and a new Federation battleship is docking onto their colony. From that point, we follow our little mismatched crew members as they try to survive this war. That being said, here's what I really want to just boil down to what I want to talk about the series overall. Now, animation-wise, a lot of people tend to have some issues with the animation because it's much older. I actually really like the animation a lot. Yes, it's dated. It's got a lot of that old schoolness to it. Like I mentioned, as in Speed Racer or Kimba the Lion, those sort of things. And yes, there has been some animation inconsistencies if you see in certain screenshots or so, such as there's going to be more or less like the Gundams like inflated, or some of the Zaku's look inflated, or like they look disproportionate and things like that. So there's some animation inconsistencies, but throughout, which what I talk about is like less than 5% of what you see on the screen, everything's pretty consistent. The animation looks really, really nice, even for it being dated 40 years old, but it's still good. I have only watched the original Mobile Suit Gundam in English, and that's how I would prefer to watch it. I've not actually watched it in Japanese. And I'll come around when I talk about the movie trilogy, because that was my only option. But, a lot of people, I'm not going to get into the debate about dubs versus subs. I'm not going to get into that debate. Both sides have good arguments. But for the sake of Gundam, though, I watched this series originally on Toonami back when it aired on Cartoon Network back in 2000s or so. And I grew up with those voices for these characters. They are iconic to me. And throughout the entire series, I'm going to say 41 of those episodes, voice acting is great, fantastic, top notch. Here's where I can see where people are going to complain, and I will not disagree with you, is the very first episode. It almost reminds me of Gundam Wing. The very first episode of Gundam, a lot of the voices kind of feel very static, or like they're cardboard box personalities. There's not a whole lot behind them. And I really feel that it was just because it felt like the voice actors were just trying to get into their characters, and not so much so they felt comfortable with them yet. But after the first episode, everyone just took off with their characters. It felt like they were at home with them. So I don't have any complaints about the voice acting, and anybody else who has a complaint about that, well, that's your problem. Aside from that, what really makes this series, like, I feel like what makes this series really solid is the cast. You really care about the crew of White Base, but you also like a lot of the characters that are outside of White Base. We get to see characters on both sides of the war, both Xeon and Federation characters. There are characters that you're also going to hate too, but I think you need those characters that you hate so that it can drive the story furthermore. There are characters that you were like, they're on the opposite side of what your character, like the main characters that we're following with, and like you don't want them to be in that manner or that mode, but unfortunately that's the circumstances. But man, I really like a lot of these characters. There isn't a whole slew of characters I don't like in this series. Like the only one I could really think of is probably Iselina, but that's just because of after Garma's death. Oh, spoilers. By the way, the reviews I give here, they're not going to be non-spoiler-esque, so if you haven't watched it and you don't want spoilers, back off. I apologize, but hey. Aside from that, though, the other things that really drive home with the series is that the theme. Throughout majority of the franchise, the main theme that follows with Gundam, and is always consistent with Gundam, is that war is terrible. War is hell. War brings the worst of us, and no matter who wins, which side wins, the innocent always lose. So that is something that's always consistent with every single Gundam series there is, period. And I think that the original Gundam does it the best. There is no Gundam series that really like is subpar, does it. Every Gundam series takes it at a different approach. But I think the original is so streamlined, so basic, and so simplistic. It is by far what drives this war drama very, very well. And some examples I can give you would be like if I talk about Turn A Gundam, where it's more about the human side and how things kind of get with the communicative or weirdness. Or you can go to the political theater that's in Gundam Wing, or you can see at points in Gundam 00. Or we can get to a little bit more, not so much the crazy theatrics, but more of the, I would like to put like the X-Men style storyline that you could see in Z Gundam. But the original Gundam keeps it very simple. There's a lot of things that they put in this, and then here's some examples I want to give. Like I mentioned in my previous one, I talked about how there was the mother who was trying to go take her son once they landed from the white base. They're refugees and they're trying to find her hometown, only to find out that the crater that they kind of see a few times in the entire episode happens to be her hometown. That is now a cratered in lake. You get things like Amon's sorrow for revenge against Whitebeast that leads to Ryu's death. Maharu and her siblings, their awful situation, their life situation as it is, and then what led to her unfortunate death. And of course, the death of Lala, that sparks an unending rivalry between Amuro and Char. And this concept of new types. So I think it's just like there's a lot of things that can be unpackaged from what I just mentioned, but there's a lot of things in there that contain this whole concept of like war is terrible. It has all this, sorrow and hatred that's fueled by loss and tragedy, which then fuels the sorrow and hatred, and it's just this never-ending cycle that doesn't end, and it's nasty, and that's what makes it so entertaining to watch. Not saying it's good, but not good in war sense, but like what makes the story interesting is a conflict that keeps going, and it doesn't seem like there's an end to it. Speaking about never ending too, or like a conflict, I felt like Gundam, the original Gundam, was kind of like it's like the Game of Thrones in my time, at least. For me, I had watched a bunch of animes at the time and a lot of shows and cartoons. And to me, like, the concept of, like, a major character dying or anything like that wasn't really there. I say this. Oh, I appreciate it, Boom. I thank you very much. I am talking about the original Mobile Suit Gundam. So, yeah, I just keep on listening. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's like the original Mobile Suit Gundam is like Game of Thrones to me, where like, again, I've watched shows where characters don't seem like they die or anything like that, so it's like there's never worry. And like the kind of like a moniker at the end of every episode of Gundam was like, who will survive? And it's like, well, no one ever really died. Characters that have died for the first like 20 episodes were like either minor characters, like super minor characters, or like not huge enough. We did get like a major death within the site of Zeon, like Garma's death. I think, if I'm not wrong, episode 13. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when we get further on, we get to episode 20, and then that's the loss of Ryu. And the thing about, I talk about Ryu's death a lot is because throughout the entire 20 episodes, Ryu is a very prominent character. He's very much the morale and support for everybody on White Base. He's given everybody like the hope or like the motivation to keep moving on. So, and even more so, we get in the first like few episodes before his death, the whole G-Armor docking sequences, which is just basically stock footage to eat up time because they were running low on budget. But good lord, does that take forever? But as much as the annoying G-docking sequences are and so forth, it really adds more about that screen time with Ryu, and then when he actually sacrifices himself to save the crew from Amon, it really, really hits home. The series does a really amazing job of just keeping everything condensed within, how to put this? The series does a great job of putting Ryu's death in a context of how he impacted everybody on the ship. And it drags on for a couple of episodes, too. And then, boom, just to give you a context, Gundam is basically a franchise of series. It's a 40-year-old franchise. I am starting off with the very first series. I actually did a review last week, but I'm just doing a redux of the first one. I'm also going to be covering the movie Trilogy, and I am also going to be covering a prequel series, The Origin. So in this case here, the original Gundam, if you haven't had a chance, I don't know if you can rewind or not, but I will be putting up a little bit of a video too of the storyline. But I'm going to continue alongside as well with the conversation with the Game of Thronesiness. So I think Ryu was that first major death. We do get a couple more other, I wouldn't say major, they're more minor deaths, but they still have impacts towards the entire crew and other characters outside of the crew too. So I thought Gundam was a really, really good mix of that, because I have not seen an anime that kind of done that. Sure, at the time you could throw Dragon Ball Z, because Goku dies in the first after the 4th episode when Piccolo kills him with Raditz, but hey, that didn't seem too epic. I didn't get to know Goku that long, as well as we got to know Ryu or Matilda, or Ramba Ral too. That being said, the series tends to be very, very human. Kind of going back to the ideas of what war is, but I thought there was the smaller details in the series that you don't get a lot in other series that kind of delve either in wartime or with just sci-fi, unless it's more modern stuff. Things that kind of stick out to me was that space noids. So there's a difference between Earth noids and space noids. Obviously, Earth noids are on the Earth and space noids are in space, but most of them are treated like they're not allowed to come down to Earth. You don't really get that idea until there's a couple of things that indicate this. There was a scene in I forgot which episode at this point, but when they were landing into I think it was the Atlantic, and they were being chased by Rumble Rawl's unit. Frau Bo and the kids were being freaked out by the thunder and lightning in the clouds. Same thing with the Zeon soldiers that were chasing them. They were like, "Oh my god, what is this? Is this a new Federation secret weapon? Oh my god, is this a new Zeon weapon?" And they were being kind of calmed down by Frau didn't get calmed down, but the Zeon soldiers were being calmed down by Ramba, saying "No, this is a natural occurrence on Earth. You guys don't get to see this, right?" And it's kind of startling when you hear stuff like that. It's the little bit of a differential things, that little bit of a human touch to it, and it makes it a little bit more realistic and interesting. There's a few more other things that do pop up in the series, but I just want to keep it short. Just keep it right there. I would say it dates me about a few years. I'm giving away my age. That's okay. I'm old. I don't care. So another thing that was great about the original series is that it had a good balance. Just like a lot of shows, there's a good balance between storytelling and then the action. I felt like the original series blended very well, having that wartime drama stuff alongside with the mecha fights. And the mecha fights are not boring by any means. Even though it's an old animation, it's 1979, it is not by any means boring. A lot of the action sequences are fun to watch, a bit cheesy at times, and, sometimes a little bit inconsistent. Some of the, the machine gun fires, or, when the Gundam's firing the beam rifle, it kind of feels like you're watching G.I. Joe at times, with the lasers and stuff like that flying around across the screen. So, it kind of got hokey for me at times, but a lot of it wasn't that bad. It's just very, very entertaining. Other than that, there's a lot of awesome episodes or sequences. Even there's filler episodes that are great. Some that come to my mind right now is the Salt episode. Everybody who's ever watched Gundam or is a huge fan of Gundam like myself either loves or hates the Salt episode, because salt is a very important mineral for your body. You need it. I just laugh at it. It makes me think of the idiocracies, electrolytes are good for your body. It's what plants crave. But actually, it was actually a relevant episode because it deals with Sayla stealing the Gundam. But White Base was running out of salt, and they kept talking about it throughout the entire episode. I thought that was great. No, it is not about aliens, unfortunately. However, one of the Gundam series do actually deal with aliens. It actually was one of the movies, and that's in a different timeline, which I will get to sometime in the future. It's gonna happen because I'm going through the series. Like I got, so give you an idea, there are about 30 different series, movies, and OVAs of Mobile Suit Gundam, and that's just animation wise. We're not talking about manga. I'm not gonna dive into the manga. I'm not gonna dive into the games. I'm diving strictly on the anime, which covers, you know, different types of centuries or different timelines, so they're not always consistent. Some are sequels or prequels to the others, while some are standalone, so they're not always going to be standing with each other. That said, other scenes that I really did like, or episodes I like too. I had to mention the Salt one because everyone gives that one so much, and I'm like, I love it. I love it for its corniness, its PSA moments. And then, you know, it was a relevant episode. It wasn't just filler, but there are filler moments in there. Other parts I loved in the entire series, I really did enjoy. I had to pull up my little list right here. Char's betrayal and Garma's death. That was an awesome, like, you kind of get an idea in a previous episode or so when, like, Char was trying to, like, betray Garma, but then the real betrayal and that led to Garma's death was, whoa, mind-blowing. That was a nice little twist right there. Rumble Roll's assault in episode, I want to say, I believe it was 20 actually. Let me think. I can't remember, but Rumble Roll's assault was actually a really, really awesome one because it was just the whole build up of, hey, White Base could actually get us, like, stopped by, not by mobile suits, but by normal soldiers. Experienced soldiers versus an inexperienced crew. And then, of course, when Rumble Roll had passed away, not passed away, but, you know, went out with a bang. Char's Zagok's appearance in Jaburo, when it pumps up a freaking GM, and then as it explodes, it just comes up very menacingly, and it's like, oh, Sha. And it's like, oh, there you are, Gundam. And I was like, dang, that was an intense scene. And then, what else do we have here? Oh, the entire episode of Cosmic Glow, which is deals with the buildup and the eventual death of Lala. Wow, that was a crazy, interesting episode. I'll talk a little bit more about that too. And of course, I cannot end this off without talking about one of the most amazing scenes. Oh wait, well, one more amazing scene, which is the Gundam's last shooting, one of the most famous scenes in the entire Gundam franchise, of the Gundam, you know, shooting straight into the sky, or shooting straight to hit the Zeong's head. And of course, speaking of headshots, I can't not talk about Char's amazing headshot with a bazooka on Kasila Zavi. Not only headshotting her, but literally taking out the Zanzibar ship that she was in. That was amazing. And then 30 series, how long is it going to take? Well, I was able to do, let's see, I got here's the original Gundam right here. Took me a week to do. We got the movies. There were 3 movies. I'll talk about that in a little bit. That took me 2 hours apiece. And then I had right now the Origin movies, OVAs. There's 6 of them total, and it took me 1 through 4 is 2 hours, and then 1 through 3 is 2 hours. 4 through 6 were 2.5 hours. Considering that I actually, well, just a brief little surprise. So the next ones I'm going to be doing is MS Igloo, and I will be doing 8th MS Team, which I'm excited for. 8th MS Team is a 13-episode OVA series, and MS Igloo, I believe, there's 3 separate parts. MS Igloo Armageddon, I believe. Apocalypse 0079, I apologize. And then MS Igloo 2. Each of them are 3 episodes, but they vary in time. So, like, if you think about, like, a normal episode, here, let me try and find you a screenshot of that one. Dude, I will show you this. So, Char's headshot on Casilia. Let me see if I can usually find that GIF. It's pretty easy to find, usually. Let me see if I can find it. Come on, don't deny me here. I found it before. Ah, here we go. Found it. Oh, and it's got a very nice little titling behind it too. A boom headshot. Try not to spoil too much of that, but here you go. Boom headshot. Char taking out Cassilia. One shot with a bazooka, headshot, and destroys her entire Zanzibar class ship, which is actually a pretty large Xeon based ship. Oh no, One Piece. One Piece is way too long. Last time I stopped off on One Piece was I finished CP9 and then I had to read up the manga up until the islands where they all split up, and then they had to do their own individual training, and that's where I left off. And that was like more than, I feel like, 10 years ago plus. So I know from what my friends have told me, it has gone furthermore. I do also want to apologize. It is now raining super hard, and there's thunder and lightning, so you get that? That's going to be awesome. Hey, something I talked about earlier about, the humanity of the series is showing up right now. Life finds a way. But anyways, continuing on too, so there is the argument, well, not the argument, but like, because the series was getting canceled and it got shortened down from 52 episodes to 43 episodes, the pacing of the series was great up until like the last like 5 episodes or so, I want to say. And they kind of like, it feels like it was ham-fisted this concept of new types. Throughout the entire series, they kind of mention about it. They don't really mention, they kind of like allude to like psychics or precog, but they don't really talk about new types until like the last, not even quite 10 episodes. And that's because, of course, budget was going to be cut off and they're running low and they're going to get canceled. So they had to rush through the entire series. So when they brought in the whole concept of new types, it altered the entire dialogue, the entire pacing of the remainder of the series, and it went into another direction. It went really, really wonky. And it's a direction that kind of set forth with all other Gundam series, except with a couple, I believe, because, no, not a couple, a few of them that don't deal with, UC Century or new types. But it sets a very interesting precedence. And in particular, I'm going to talk about episode 41, Cosmic Glow. As I mentioned earlier, episode 41, Cosmic Glow, deals with Char, Amuro, and Sayla and Lala fighting and the eventual lead up to Lala's death. Oh, poor Nero. My cat's here. He's freaking out. All the thunder and lightning's freaking out, so he's now here on my lap. Don't worry, buddy. What, you never been to Earth before? You never experienced thunder and lightning? Huh, it's a natural occurrence. Man, my rumble roll is terrible. But, so they bring in the concept about new types, and it's very rushed. If you don't know what a new type is, it's basically, I'm going to try and keep this short. It's basically humans that have evolved to have precognition, either kind of like a super sense or being able to read each other's emotions. Not mind, but read each other's emotions. It was supposed to be the next stage of human evolution, so we have a better way of communicating. And it's kind of alluding right back to the whole war is terrible, but why does war happen? And it's miscommunication. And we kind of see that throughout the entire series, and that there was hopes that people evolving into new types would avoid war, avoid conflict. And that's where we kind of get into the ideology behind new types and what the series kind of touches on, and it's more elaborated towards other series or talked more, but the concept of new types with nature versus nurture. When you watch the first episode where Lala appears and Amuro and her meet, they have this fateful encounter, but it didn't make much sense why Amuro has this connection with her and communication with her, that even though Char, who spends majority of his time with her, doesn't make any sense. And it becomes this argument about nature versus nurture, where Amuro and Lala are more in tune new types to each other, whereas Char isn't. Amuro and Lala's relationship being kind of like that nature new type, where they naturally are linked with each other. They're able to read each other's emotions, thoughts, their processes, and basically transcending time and time and space, essentially. And that's what you see in that episode. It gets really trippy. I'll talk about that in a moment. Versus Char and Lala's relationship as new types, because she was more of like a mother figure to him and nurtured him as a new type. So you kind of got this like little bit of a difference, and then you get the clash, this clashing argument, this unending rivalry between these two, not only because of Lala's death, but also the concept of new types, this whole nature versus nurture. Which is better, which is more prevalent, which is more dangerous. Those sort of things is addressed. Unfortunately, they do this in the span of 3 episodes, so it makes it super wonky and cattywampus, and it doesn't help out that episode 41 is like an acid trip. Past halfway through the entire episode, you get treated to Lala melting into the screen and just stars and like flare effects and stuff like that. It's like, it just gets trippy. This is something that gets brought along towards other Gundam series when they deal with new types, but a lot less trippier, I would say, and a little bit more coherent. We'll actually see a little more coherency about new types when we talk about the trilogy. Aside from that, one thing I want to introduce here is that if you are new to Gundam, should you start with this first? This is actually a question about the Gundam franchise overall, because, and I will address this with every single show, movie, and OVA I address, because a lot of people ask the question like, hey, I've heard about Gundam. It's an awesome series from what I heard, but I don't know where to start. There's 30 series and movies and OVAs. Where do I begin? Or I've watched only like one series of Gundam, but I don't know how the others are, and I don't want to like mix and match or like, get lost in the continuity of things. And I'm like, okay. So I'm going to start it fresh here with this. The original Gundam series, I'm going to say it's a yes and a no. And it's a polarized response, but I'm going to give you an actual solid one in a little bit. This is the series that started off Gundam, okay? And it's what got the franchise going for a very good reason. It's a very solid series and very thorough. It stood the test of time and even cancellation. 40 years later, and it's still going strong. This is a series that, even though it's dated in animation and some ideologies and some thoughts, it's still a very enjoyable series to watch, and still presents a lot of themes that carry over 40 years later. I keep bringing that up, but it's amazing. So the only thing that's really going to be that yes or no is purely on taste. And this is where that yes and no comes into play. I'm going to say yes, start on the original Gundam. Because it, again, is the basis of all Gundam series. It's a solid watch. It's a great real robot mecha that gives you a lot of likable characters that you can grow with, basically. There's a lot of character development within this war drama. And yes, especially if you're starting in the UC Century timeline, this is the best starting place because everything starts off because of this war. So this is something I would recommend starting off if you're going in the UC Century and you don't have a problem with like dated animation or anything like that. I'm going to say no. If you're one of those viewers or anime fans that are really, really picky about watching older animation, you want something that's more outrageous and crazy mecha action like Gurren Lagann, or like, I would even put it to levels like a Mechazener, that kind of stuff. I would put it like that. Or you just plain don't like war drama. Or character development stories. Like, you just want action-based stories and stuff like that. Not like these overspanning arcs that deal with character development and, of course, robots. So that's where it's going to come into that yes or no. Do you want this? Do you want this not? But my opinion, as a Gundam fan, and I'm a UC elitist, I will admit this, but I would say the original Mobile Suit Gundam is a great starting point. This is something you should really jump onto. And if you really want to get into the Gundam franchise, this is a good starting point. It You don't have a lot to go back onto. You don't have a lot to go. You don't have a lot to go back from. It's a great starting point. So overall, the original Gundam, solid, fantastic, great characters, great mech designs, all that some are hokey. Great fighting, amazing war drama, something that survived cancellation and the test of time 40 years later. An amazing series. Again, like I mentioned before too, I'll get to that one as well. As I mentioned too, like, this is a series I was very polarized with when it comes to my reviews or like how I rate it, because it's depending on my mood. Sometimes I come into watching Gundam, or the original Gundam, I'm like, this is a 4 out of 5. It's a great one, but I still find some like little kinks or little things that are like I didn't really enjoy about it. And then sometimes I've watched it, I go like, this is amazing, this is a masterpiece, 5 out of 5, best record. Oh, there's Nero. So it all varies on how I feel, or how I go about it. At this current point in time, a week later after I've done my initial review, and I had time to review my notes and recap on a lot of things, I think I'm going to still stand by on how I reviewed the original Gundam here. And I'm going to say that Mobile Suit Gundam gets a 4 out of 5. Solid 4 out of 5. I might want to give it a 5, but at the moment here, I think the only thing that kind of dock it for me was just some of the filler stuff, the pacing towards the end. Some things kind of feel too ham-fisted, but other than that, I mean, it's a solid series. I can't argue against it. If I played any anime games, yes. Funny enough, I believe I can say this confidently, I played every single American Gundam game released since the Super Nintendo. I can't speak for the Nintendo. I've played... Recently, I actually am playing with my game nights, Naruto Shippuden. There's this... what's this? It's the, like, Shinobi Strikers, I believe so. I actually just got, on Steam, the new Gundam Breaker. I know it's garbage. I heard many bad reviews, but I still want to play it because it's a Gundam game. Other anime games, I'm trying to think about anime games too. One Piece, I think it was like One Piece Pirate Warriors 3, was it? Let me just do a quick One Piece. Yeah, Pirate Warriors 3. I played that one. There was an Inuyasha game I believe I played. I would have to start naming off like games off the top of my head, but like those are some that I could remember immediately. Oh, a lot of Dragon Ball Z games. So like there was like Dimension X Fighters or something like that, or like Cross Dimension Fighters on the Super Nintendo. All the Budokan games on the PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3. I have not played the new Goku. I think it was like a Dragon Ball Z Goku, I think that's what it's called. I can't remember that one. And I haven't played the Xenoverse games. I've played the Legacy of Goku games on the Game Boy Advance. And if you ever watched any of my previous streams, I actually also played Dragon Ball Fighters for some time. Still enjoy that game, but I'm just not as good. I have a lot of fun with it, though. That said, I'm going to go ahead and move on over. I'll still try to answer any commentary. I'm going to try and go in between what I can, but I'm going to go ahead and move on over to our next one here. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do our review on the Mobile Suit Gundam movie trilogy. Now, the movie trilogy is basically the original Mobile Suit Gundam series condensed down to 3 2-hour movies. That's saying a lot considering that the original Mobile Suit Gundam series is about... it felt like I was watching it for like a 16-hour watch or something. It took me a while. I think 20 episodes based on 25 minutes would have been about 20 hours, right? If I'm not... I can't math. But I would say close about 16 hours or so. And I'm more of an anime guy than a manga guy, but not that I haven't read manga. I just am. That's why I'm like, if you get into the whole subs versus dubs argument with me, I'm like, I'm a very lazy person at times, so I don't like reading. I like to watch. Besides, I feel like sometimes subtitles interrupt me when I'm watching something. So that's the only thing. I do appreciate subtitles though, because sometimes the Japanese voice acting is far better than the English. And I can point that out with a lot of animes, but at the same time, I can say the same thing with dubbed animes being better than some subbed ones. So it's a huge toss. But I'm a mix when it comes to it. When it comes to anime and manga, I lean more towards anime than manga. Not that I don't read manga. I've read a good amount. I think I want to say Gundam was going to take it, but then Dragon Ball Z and One Piece stole that. Definitely One Piece. I mean, come on. If you already asked the question about One Piece, so like I stopped at CP9 on the anime series. The anime series cut off at that point for me, so I had to catch up beyond that. So I read after CP9. I'd read manga up until the island split, and that's how much I've read of One Piece, and that easily beats out whatever I read within Gundam or whatever I read in Dragon Ball Z and a bunch of other, like, I read a lot of romance or slice of life manga. So like I read like Chobits Love Hina. I think I did a couple of Tenchi books. Rama One Half. 3 by 3 Eyes, which is not a romance one, but I did 3 by 3 Eyes. And trying to think of anything else. I think I read a few Dr. Slum as well. I used to have an anime list way back. I feel like 15 years ago. Back when I was in, I want to say college time, before college. I can't even remember. I used to have one. I haven't updated, but I've seen way too much anime back in the day. During my high school and college years, I've watched anything from the 70s all the way to the 2000s. So, like, I've watched a ton of anime. Between movies, OVAs, and actual series. Yeah. I used to like romance animes back in the day. I'm not so much so. I haven't watched a lot of anime past college, which has been a decade plus. More than a decade. I've lost count of my time here. But yeah, I primarily had just really stuck to like other shows for the most part. Usually the most anime I've ever kept up with, like I've been watching like, well, Dragon Ball Super, of course any new Gundam series that comes along my way. I haven't really watched any like romance animes, not since Tenchi, to be honest. Like, so like back in Toonami days, I had to watch it when like I could have swear they had Love Hina, or maybe I watched it like on a DVD or something. I can't remember. But I used to watch a lot of that. That was a time long ago, but no longer have I been watching like romance. I haven't watched anything. I think the most recent one was not Toradora, was it? I forget, it was like with Taiga. I can't remember what it was called. It'll have to come back to me. But I haven't seen anything really new. I mean, other new anime I've seen. This is where you can date me on how new I've seen of anime. Attack on Titan, the Berserk movies, and Steins Gate. I haven't watched all of Steins Gate, actually. I've only watched like a few episodes of it, and I never continued with it. I'm terrible. My brother is more of a concurrent anime watcher than I am. I'm just more of either I'll revisit older stuff or I will come back and I'll like check out something new. I'm not too much of a fan of the newer stuff because there's not a whole lot of substance behind it. It's more subsistence than anything else, and it just it depends. It really depends. I get people recommending me things like My Hero Academia. Funny enough, I actually did buy the first season, but I have not actually watched it yet. A lot of my friends a few years ago were huge into My Hero Academia, were trying to get me into My Hero Academia. And I'm like one of those guys, like, I'm like, don't force me into a show. I'm going to watch the show when I feel like it. because I'm usually a really busy person, especially back a few years ago too. I used to be very busy, so I was like, yeah, I'll try and watch it when I get the time, but if I don't, I don't. Oh, Sailor Moon. That's another big one too. I really, really, really love Sailor Moon. Man, that's a trip. I diverged a little bit from the conversation. That's okay. That's okay. But where I left off on the movie Trilogy, I'm trying to remember where I left off here. I do apologize. Oh yes, so it is all the episodes condensed into 3 2-hour movies. They are condensed down significantly. So any and all filler is absolutely cut. It's the finest trimming I've ever seen in a compilation, basically. Several of the stories or plot lines are dropped or changed around, along with certain events that change or are even retold. There is introduction of new animation. By new animation, it's just animation at that time. I believe the movies came out 1981, if I remember correctly. A couple years after the original Gundam had finished airing and got canceled, got brought back due to reruns that skyrocketed the ratings. And Sunrise was like, "Oh man, we got something hot here. Let's take this, make it into a movie, throw it into the theaters, and repackage that with a bunch of product." By product, I'm talking about Gundam models. Let's see here. And alongside with the 3 movies, because of its cut down, its fine trimming, all the fat cut away, the story is told in a much tighter pace. It's in a much tighter movie and a much faster pace. Oddly enough, it's more coherent than the series too. That being said, for any newcomers that come to the stream / watch this video on YouTube too, I'll give you the gist of the story in case you missed it. So, in the year UC Century 0079, the Principality of Xi'an declare their independence from the Earth Federation and start a war with them. We follow Amuro Ray 9 months after the war has started, and more than half of the Earth's population decimated by this war, or not just Earth, but the entire human population decimated by this war. We follow Amuro Ray and several others as they are unwillingly dragged into this war when Xi'an soldiers attack their colony after they have found out that the Federation is working on a secret mobile suit on that colony, and a new battleship was docking into that colony. From there, we follow our mismatched crew as they go about the war trying to survive. That's basically what the story is. Yeah, if you want to send me a link, Boom, I will take a look at your list. I will also try and make a post here too, a little laundry list. Actually, what I can do too, let me pull up. This is a really, really good, awesome site. It's I don't know if you heard of MHQ, which is it was like Mecha Anime headquarters is what it is. So let me give you this link right here, and then I'm also going to give you the link of the Gundam series, because it's going to have the list right here. And again, context is I'm going to be reviewing practically every single Gundam series that has been released. The only caveat is the ones that are released on Blu-ray or I can get my hands on for the most part. The only one I really want to review, which I won't get a chance to review probably, well, I got 27 more series, movies, OVAs to go through. But I'm hoping that they will release Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway by the time I get to it. I don't think I'm going to get to it because I'm going to give you a sense here. I'm following the timelines here. So I'm, as a UC elitist, I love the Universal Century. So I'm going to follow UC Century. The second link I gave you gives you this really solid list of the not quite of a timeline necessarily. You can also Google it too, but the reviews I'm going to be doing is going to follow the timeline. The only difference is I'm putting Origin and MS Igloo, which occur before the original Gundam series. So here's a visualization right here, right? Here's the visualization I can do you know, right here, right? MS Igloo. Actually, no, MS Igloo would be right around here. So it'd be like Origin actually takes place right here. Igloo takes place then, and then this is where Gundam. Igloo kind of goes in between Gundam, where Origins is literally at the heels. The last episode ends pretty much. It's kind of like Rogue One to Episode 4. It ends where it can begin onto the series. So that's something that's really, really neat about that, and they stay consistent with the not the mythos, but the storyline. The other one I was talking about, like 8th MS Team, takes place. So if I want to give you a visualization too, the original Gundam takes place 9 months after the war had started. Right. This one starts like at the very tail end, so like quite literally like right here. It starts. If I'm remembering my time frames, let's see. It should take place between the months of like October and December of the 1 year war. Because after December, January 1st of 0080, the war ends. Armistice or a treaty, a peace treaty was signed at that point. So context of that. So little spoilers, but it is what it is. The war has been told in not many ways, but in different stories. I mean, like I just showed you. Here's one story. Here's another story. Here's the trilogy story, and then we have Origin, which is a prelude building up to the original the 1 year war. So there's a lot of build up. So the 1 year war has been told in so many different ways and means. So it's more or less the fun of watching the characters involved in the war itself, alongside with like specific events happening. It's kind of like I would akin watching like the original, like that's what I like about UC Century, is that it's very much to like documentation or visualization of like World War II. Not that I'm glorifying or whatnot, but like it's like seeing that, like it's like there's one thing about reading it, it's another seeing it, right? So like throughout the entire series that you watch through the UC Century, because every series that's been made is always like after the original, so they're kind of like either trying to work with it or within its parameters. And the series has always mentioned certain things, so they work within like certain things that they say. So it's kind of fun watching certain events occur or whatnot. The aim like shooty thing. Are you talking about this right over here? Am I trying to get that right there? Are you talking about that? Yeah, like I'm not gonna apologize for my background. I do actually have a green screen, but I'm lazy. It's also I don't want to tinker around and try to futz with something I am not keen on now. I'm old tech at the moment. And I'm still doing things old school, so I don't have the means. Well, I probably have the means. I have to look it up and actually do a nice little green screen. But I'm like, this is my background. I can't make it nice and pretty. Besides, this is a travel pathway, so I was like, it's not easy. That is our little our target stand when we go to the range. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or anything like that. I'm a huge gun person, pro 2A. So my wife and I love to go to the range. Well, before COVID and the ammunition shortage, we would love to go to the range. And that's our stand that we have. That thing survived. That thing's riddled with holes. You can't really see it that well because you can only see like the splatter. Because we have splatter ones. And we actually stuck those. Those are like from a while ago, because the range that we like to go to, we staple it on there. But the ones that we have, we can actually like, peel the back of it and stick it on there. So like you can barely see it, but it's, if I get a close-up on that thing, it is littered with all kinds of rounds, from 22, 9mm, buckshot, birdshot, even 223 or 5.56. So that thing's littered with holes. It's a holy stand. Oh, hope that doesn't offend or anything like that. I mean, I'm pretty vocal about firearms and stuff like that. Not Gundam related necessarily, but I mean, it is war, but yeah. Pro 2A, pro self-defense. I will always advocate to defend yourself. Let's see here. Oops. Ah, he's all squirmy right now. Do you want to say hi to everybody, Nero? Meh, 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 meh. Well, if you're ever interested, I'm not a certified firearms instructor, but I am a training one, basically. I can always educate. Maybe I'll do a live stream in the future to talk more about firearms and stuff like that, because I always advocate for safety, education about firearms, because I don't know about you, I came from California. I grew up in a household that's very anti-gun. I didn't really know what it's like to actually have a firearm or anything. I was more scared about firearms than anything else. Even my uncle was trying to teach me a little bit with it, but I was too scared. And then when I finally found the need or want for it, I finally realized the importance of our Second Amendment and being able to have a firearm. And by wanting to learn more and educate yourself and train yourself, you can actually be proficient and appreciate it a whole lot more. So it's something I would always advocate. I respect people who don't want to have firearms or whatnot, and I will never push it down anybody's throat or whatnot. As long as you don't, try to take our rights away. That's it. That's all I have to say. But if anything, I always love educating people and talking about things, and it's just my habit to teach. It's my nature. I like to educate and teach. And I like to talk about stuff too. So if I get enough requests or whatnot, I might do talking about firearms on my stream. I know Twitch allows it, and same thing on YouTube with certain caveats too, so I could talk and educate about that. Yeah. Firearms are nothing to be scared of, and they are not an epidemic. That's all I gotta say. But to return back to Z's, just a little, I keep jumping back, and that's fine. I don't mind. Things are gonna kind of get edited, but so the three movies, the way that it's comprised or condensed down. So the first movie covers the first 20 or so episodes, from White Base arriving to Side 7 to Garma's death. The second movie, the first one doesn't actually have a name. It's just called Mobile Suit Gundam the movie. The second one is called Mobile Suit Gundam Soldiers of Sorrow. Very poignant name too. Covers from where was it? Right here. From White Base's involvement in Operation Odessa Day, and then the assault on Jaburo. And then the third movie, called Encounters in Space, starts off with White Base returning back to space, and then the Battle of Abaraku. So there are some pretty definitive differences, and it's kind of funny because I wanted to do this for such a long time. I've watched the original Gundam, and then I've watched the trilogy separately too. I've seen the original Gundam, like, this is now going 8th or 9th time. I've seen the movie trilogy about 4. This is about my 5th time now watching the movie trilogy, but I never got a good chance to actually sit not side by side, but watch one and then the other afterwards and do a nice little comparison between the two. I've read about the comparisons and I never really noticed it at times because, the time frames between when you watch a series and then a movie or just trying to watch them, but they're either years apart, from months to years apart, you don't really notice the differences at times. So it was nice to actually watch this back to back. I watched the original Mobile Suit Gundam just last week. It took me an entire week to finish that. And then I just finished up the trilogy. I watched it after work, basically. So I watched the movie after work every single day or every single night. And finished it Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That's basically it. But it was nice to actually have that side-by-side comparison. I could actually notice the differences. So I'm not going to list everything here, but I'm going to list some really key big ones that either it's going to be noticeable enough if you did the comparison watch, or you might not pick it on first viewing. So one of the bigger ones too. So here's the list. The removal of the G armor and replacing it with the core booster. They also added on the White Base a second gun cannon instead of having the G armor. That's going to be relevant, especially during the Battle of Solomon, with the sacrifice of Slugger to stop Dolzel's Big Zam or Big Zom. I'm not sure how to enunciate that one. With the exception of Garma and Lala's death, which feels about the same length as it was in the series, every other major and minor character's death throughout the entire series is minimal at best. It is negated so much so. Even certain deaths have been reshot or reanimated, such as the Black Tri-Stars. And that's dealing with the core boosters, for an example. Speaking of core boosters, new scenes were made for this movie specifically. It's very much of the same animation, so they were trying to keep it consistent. And the new animation really deals with like the core boosters being used, the second gun cannon. There was even some, what was it? Oh yeah, the deaths of the Black Tri-Stars too. That was a whole new sequence of how they died. Well, with the exception of, I think it was like, there's Gia, Mash, and Ortega, and I keep mixing up with the exception of Gia's name. I always mix them up. One of them died the same way that they did in the series. The other two, completely new animation. And that was incorporating with the core booster. So that was actually kind of cool. Speaking of the newer animations too, the first movie had the least amount. The second one had quite a bit. And the third one featured the most. It's about like, I want to say like 7 minutes or so of new animation. So that gives you a context within a 2-hour time frame. Certain events between the original series and the trilogy were altered or changed around or retold. One of the biggest ones was that the White Base, when they were attacked by Amon, when she was trying to get revenge for Rumble Rawl's death, that happened at a much later time rather than right away in the series. In the series, it happened right after Rumble Rawl's death, which then allowed White Base to attend Operation Odessa and assist the Federation in Odessa Day. In the movies, after Rawl's death, Amon doesn't take her revenge until much later in the movie. Thus, the events that transpired right there, it's kind of like a what if, right? The events that transpired with Amon right there prevented White Base from attending Odessa Day and playing any major role during that fight. So that was pretty big because Odessa Day was one of the 3 major fights in the entire 1-year war. And to give you context, Odessa Day was basically attack on the European front, where Federation took over a lot of the major mining resources of Xeon, which stopped them from gathering more resources from Earth, and thus halting not by a little bit, but quite a bit of their mobile suit production, and kind of halted them from doing more experimental mobile suits. This pushed the war from the Earth side into space. So that was a major win for the Federation right there. The Amuro trilogy. Well, I mean, honestly, it is. That's another thing I didn't like about the trilogy, too, was that it focused more so on specific characters. Now, the series, and what I liked about the series is that we had a well-rounded cast. Like, we had a lot of time with everybody. Yes, Amuro is the main character, and you could say the same thing with Char, but we get more time with everybody in the White Base crew. We get more time with a lot of the Xeon or Federation characters, too, like Matilda or the Zabi family. But what we don't get in the movies is that most of the screen time, like the first movie, is mostly about Amuro. The second movie kind of follows Amuro, but more so with Bright, Mirai, and a little bit of Sayla right there. And then the third movie is a little bit more divorced from Amuro, where we focus more on Char, Lala, Sayla, and then a little bit more not so much as Bright and Mirai from what I remember. More Mirai based than anything else. I apologize. This is going to be one of those spoiler reviews, so if you don't want spoilers, I apologize. Might want to jump out. I'm not going to try and do too much spoilers, but this is just a kind of a middle ground comprehensive review. Not so much of, but just, again, thoughts and how I feel about the series overall. So it is what it is on that one. So I apologize if I didn't give you any forewarning. I kind of did in the beginning. I get if you jumped in, and that's okay. I get it. Other than that, though, what else did we have here? Oh, the biggest difference between the movie and the series, too, besides what I've already just mentioned, was the introduction of and the concept of new types at the very beginning, rather than at the very end. Like I mentioned in the original Mobile Suit Gundam review, because of the cancellation was set forth, they were originally a 52 episode series cut down to a 43 episode series. They crammed in 5 episodes what they were trying to do with new types overall, and that changed the entire pacing of the entire series. Like, all the entire pacings up until the last few episodes was smooth. The last few episodes was like janky, chaotic, and just cramped in there, right? The movies changed that up. They introduced the concept. They don't even like allude to it, like, oh, you might have precog. Are you a psychic? No, they cut all that out, and they actually dropped in like, hey, you might be a new type. Oh man, new types. That's what Zeon Daikun was talking about. Oh man, new types are supposed to be the next step in human evolution. They start that right off the bat. They talked about that earlier on in the movies, and it's not just a streamline like that, right? No, it is a nice progression about this. So they get into the concepts about new types earlier on with the first movie, dive a little bit, like a lot more, not just a little bit, but a lot more in the second movie, and by the third movie, it hits full force. So when you get to that whole Cosmic Glow portion episode that was in the movie, it made a little bit more sense, besides it being an acid trip. Let's see here. I'm trying to go through a little bit more of my points here. Oh, okay, so outside of those changes, right, there's some things I actually noticed more so with the movies that I liked a lot more than the series. Like, so one thing that was big for me was sound. Now, not to drop off or whatnot, I used to work as a boom operator and a sound mixer before. So sound is kind of important to me, and I noticed that a lot in movies and shows and things like that. When watching the original series, I mentioned about like kind of like this G.I. Joe kind of fighting where sometimes you'll see like lasers and machine guns. That didn't make sense because when you look at the weapons that they shouldn't be functioning that way. The beam rifle fires a single shot and should be like firing a machine gun. And then, bazookas should be single shot too, not firing like multiple bazookas and so forth. Machine gun makes sense, right? Machine gun's a machine gun. It will fire multiple times. That being said, though, the movies paid a lot more attention to being more realistic. So sound was critical here. A lot of the mechanized sounds sounded more realistic than it did in the series. The gun firing or the weapons firing sounded more realistic. Artillery fired sound more like artillery fire than just like boom, 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 boom. It sounds like, it's like boom, boom. The beam rifle shots sound just like that. It makes it more iconic with the Gundam's beam rifle. Zaku machine guns sound amazing. The liftoffs or like the engine thrusts of the ships are amazing. Something that you didn't get in the series. It was more attention to the sound, a lot more of that finer detail that I really appreciated. It gave it more of that movie quality and realism to it. And that's what Gundam is. It's supposed to be real robot, not super robot, where you can have Gurren crazy, insane things happen and make no sense. No, everything here is grounded in its level of reality and its level of logic. And the movie shows it. Compared to the series, the movie really shows it. Another thing I really like is the soundtrack of the movies. Yes, it utilizes a lot of the soundtrack from the series itself too, but the movies also had some newer music composed for it. I believe the first movie had like Star Child as the name of the ending theme. The ending theme for Soldiers of Sorrow was Soldiers of Sorrow, which is a really good song. I actually enjoy it. And it's a pretty sad song when you actually read the lyrics to it. And then the third movie, Encounters, it's a touching song. I feel it kind of gets me like a little teary eyed because when you read the lyrics and then you think about it in the context of Amuro, Char, and Lala, it's sad. It's just sad. But the music is phenomenal when it came to the movies versus the series. I really did enjoy the music, and they did it very well. They timed the music. The series kind of overdone with a lot of the music. The movies did a great job of pinpointing where they should play, the series music alongside with the movie cinematic music, and it really, really goes well. For something that was in 1981, it's really impressive, especially for an anime movie. And Commodore, I am not ignoring you right now. I'm just trying to go through my little bit of points. I'm going to get to a break, and I want to address what you got. I promise you, I will address what you got. So one thing I was talking about too earlier was that the alterations in, or not alterations, but the shortening of character deaths in here. Commodore, I am going to be spoiling here. Give you 5-second warning. 4, 3, 2, one zip. So I was really sad that when it came to Ryu's death, his entire death was shortened down dramatically. His screen time too was dropped down dramatically. In the series, it was more of a moralistic character. He gave morale to a lot of our featured characters, our support characters. He was everybody's backbone, basically. And when he died, we see the aftermath, how it impacts all of our characters right then and there, and as it still transits through the entire series. The movies took all of that away. The first movie downplayed him to just, I think he was a Master Sergeant, if I wasn't wrong here. They just downplayed him to just that role. When he died, everyone did cry and get sad, but it was more or less, we're sad that he and others died during Odessa Day. That was it. And everyone moved on. And I felt that was a real crime because in the original series, that was my foray of Game of Thrones-esque character dying. And seeing a major character, I consider Ryu as a major character. This is a dude that's in every single opening, every single closing theme of the entire series, as well as prominent as a character. His death was big, at least in my opinion. Some people might not feel that way, some other fans might not feel that way, but I felt that his death was very poignant. And for the movies to strip that away, it took away a lot of the character building for everybody on White Base. But I think it's more criminal because it took it away from Amuro. The movies, again, focus more so on Amuro, and his death being taken away stripped Amuro of his growth. That he blamed himself for not being more responsible about instead of being a whiny little teenager, being more responsible, and now because of what he did caused Ryu to die. Well, not really caused. Ryu chose the sacrifice, but Amuro could have prevented, or how he felt to prevent it, and that made him grow more as a character. And I felt like that robbed him in the movies. It was, I didn't like that at all. So his death was far less impactful in the movies than it was in the series. But even though with that said, a lot of the fat was trimmed off from the movie. So like all the filler, all the junk episodes. I know like some people hated, like there's one episode, I think it was episode 13, Time Be Still, where Xeon soldiers planted bombs on the Gundam, and then it's Amuro and the crew trying to take off the bombs. Yeah, I'm glad that was gone too. That was kind of a fun episode a little bit, but I'm glad that was gone too. But a lot of the trimming of the fat condensed down this movie, and it was very more methodical, more thoroughly, tightly packed, and thoroughly paced. The series struggled trying to tell, like, oh yeah, the crew of the White Base is exhausted from all these continuous fights, and we kind of get this Mecha of the Week show where they're fighting throughout every single episode and all that jazz. We got the idea, and it kind of feels like they're exhausted, but you don't really feel it. When you watch the movie, you can feel the exhaustion from the time that White Base lands and Xeon attacks Side 7, all the way with them trying to land down to Earth, and then going to Jaburo, and then going up into space. It has been continuous attacks, non-stop. You can not only see, but almost feel that exhaustion with the crew. Almost exhausting yourself as you're watching it, going, man, they are non-stop fighting, and you can understand the frustration that they have with each other, or the events that are going on, or what's going on in general about the war too. It's like, it made more sense. I felt that was well-paced, well-told story, rather than the series kind of drawn-out fight, and like, oh yeah, they're exhausted. And like, it didn't feel it. It wasn't consistent. And especially if you think about it back in the day, if you were watching it as a rerun, not as like, watching it on YouTube, or you watching it on DVD or Blu-ray like I did, you don't get that sense. It's going to be more episodic with that whole comic book feel of like, well, next week we'll find out more. That sort of thing. Okay. So I'm gonna try me. Okay, so I'm not gonna try and spoil any more for Commodore here. Okay, let me make sure I don't got any more spoilers here. Okay. Yeah, so one thing I just want to talk about too, like even though there's, as I mentioned, the condensing down of the series we lose out a lot more on a lot of the other characters overall. But what we do get is that we get more finer concentration for certain characters. Again, like I mentioned, Amuro, Sayla, Char, Bright, Mirai, and Lala. So it was nice to have a finer focus, and that makes more sense in a movie context. And let me message Commodore here. Okay. All right, so I'm coming across this next part, but I'm gonna break here, and I want to just check back to what Commodore said here. So let's see. Not so good with names. That's a good thing when it comes to the whole spoiler aspect. Don't worry, I'm not gonna spoil anymore, and I'll warn again because I will do one more review. I have Origin to review next. Mary Sue stuff. I'm not sure which one was Mary Sue. I don't feel like any of the characters were really Mary Sue exactly. I'm trying to like recall in my head like if anybody felt like Mary Sue. That one really felt Mary Sue-ish. Because like there's characters that you hate in the beginning and then you like later on, or there's characters you like in the beginning and then you hate later on. That could be said like with characters like Amuro, Char, Sayla, Bright, Mirai. Those characters, for an example, or something that I can think of, but like no one's really Mary Sue that I can think of. It's not so much so that the older anime didn't archive that well. So, Right Stuff, which I think they took rights from Anime Legends, did the production for these Blu-rays. They're pretty much the same masters from them, and it was remastered. They're actually really, really good remasters. The audio, there was no issues with the audio. I think it's just so much so as the attention to the detail. Like when you think about it, I would say like kind of like G.I. Joe sound effects, right? Where you kind of get like the janky, cheap, like machine gun sounds or bazooka sounds and stuff like that. And then when you watch the movies, it makes sense because like you're watching something that's TV made, and then you got something that, even though it's TV made, brought onto the silver screen, and they're trying to ramp up the quality, ramp up the value of that. And how they do that? They do that by increasing the quality of the movie overall. So you can do that by sound, you can do that by visuals. Visuals, they didn't really do so in the Trilogy movies because they wanted to keep consistent. It wouldn't make sense that they had like 80s animation. I mean, like, it was still verging, not too late, 1978 to 1979 animation to 1981. But they're trying to keep it consistent. But there was a big difference in the audio tonalities of like what they use for sound effects for like actions or certain things turning on or off. Again, like I mentioned, like the engines launching basically of like the White Base or Musai ships. The Gundam's beam rifle sounds more iconic, like the exact like pew sound rather than kind of like lasers shooting. Bazookas have that definitive like fire shot rather than like a multi-fire, and then Zaku's machine guns have a more of a bass thumping rather than kind of like cheeky machine gun fire sounding. So I think there's a quality difference, not so much so as like transporting it into newer media. Well, you want to bring up the idea of weapons making noise in space? How about fire in space? Which we see that a lot in the series, by the way. Well, not so much as fire. We see a lot of smoke. That doesn't make sense. I actually never really looked up what smoke would look like in space. I don't know if they ever did an experiment like that. I'm pretty sure they have, but I would be curious. Maybe look up like some kind of SpaceX thing and look that up. That's actually kind of be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There is one super robot within the Mobile Suit Gundam franchise, and that's gonna be G Gundam. And that's gonna be some of them powered by love. But yeah, I like the idea of my suits being powered by something, especially if it's a thermonuclear power up, and when they get shot, they make a nice explosion. Okay. Film audio like Dragon Ball's bad audio. It depends, to be honest. Like with sound, depending on how this is filmy talking. It's depending on how the production company brings that over or transits that over. If they do a pretty lousy job with it, of course, like they can just do a quick take the master copy and just like throw it on DVD or Blu-ray. We're gonna call it a day, right? Versus I'm gonna take the master copy. And I'm going to actually start doing some audio fixing, or I'm going to revamp the audio and, either increase that to current standards like Dolby Sound or something like that. Like it differs. And it also matters like about the master too. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love G Gundam. I love G Gundam too. So I feel like a lot of fans in the Gundam fan community give it too much flack. I personally love it. I can't wait to get to it. I'm just going through the Gundam timeline as it is. So I'm going through UC Century first. FC should be next, which is going to be G Gundam. So I still got quite a bit to go through UC before I hit FC. I'm going to be going to After Colony next. So that's going to be Gundam Wing. And then After War, Gundam X. After all of that, we're not talking about Seed. I'm going to skip Seed. I actually hate Seed. I'll talk about that later, too. I might review it. I actually do have my original not Blu-ray, sorry. The DVDs from Anime Legends of Seed and Seed Destiny. Whether I feel like reviewing them, that's going to be... I'll talk about that, though. After... That's CE, Cosmic Error. After Cosmic Error, we have, it should be the Age. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Age. And then the Daimyo calendar, which is our calendar with 00. Or it might be the other way around. I keep mixing those two up. And then after that, after 00, we're going to get the Build Universe, which has multiple timelines within itself. And then... I actually don't know. I don't remember what Iron Blood Orphans timeline is called. And I'm looking at what you got. I recommend jumping into Gundam. If you enjoy war drama, for the most part, I really recommend it. I love the original, like the UC timeline, because there's a lot more consistency with it. Yeah, there are other offset universes, right, that are self-contained, or they have, some spin-offs or some sequels. But I feel like it loses some of its traction. Like I was talking about in the original Gundam review, the original Gundam is the base point of the whole theme, because the entire Gundam franchise is war is terrible, war is awful. War brings the worst in us, and no matter who wins, no matter what side wins, the innocent always lose. So that's the theme, the consistent theme. And I think the original Gundam does such a fantastic job of being the base, the structure of all that, and everything else can build from that point. I'm curious. I'm like, I don't know what else Sunrise done. What else has Sunrise done to disappoint you? I'm kind of curious. No, Iron Blood is not UC. Iron Blood is in another timeline. If you want to argue it, though, utilizing Turn A Gundam and Gene Reconquista, technically Iron Blood Orphan would be in the timeline somewhere. Because technically, Turn A Gundam ties all universes together pre Turn A. So that's going to be After War, After Colony, and Future Century, and then Universal Century, because Turn A came out in 99. And then after a couple more Gundam series were made, Seed, Seed, Age, 00, GM Reconquista was made, and that was supposed to be made centuries after Turn A, which would incorporate that too. So if you want to use that argument, technically all the universes are together. It's just they span out ridiculous timelines. Wait, there was supposed to be a season 2 of Outlaw Star? Dude, I have Outlaw Star from Anime Legends, and I remember watching it on Toonami back in the day, so I was like, I was happy with the series. I actually don't want a season 2, to be honest, because I can't imagine what they would do with season 2. Like, think about it. Like, the way that they ended it off, I liked it how, Gene was with Melfina and stuff like that, and everyone's kind of happy. It would be more like a Tenchi adventure, almost. Geass, to be honest, I'm not a fan of Code Geass. I felt like it was too try hard between like kind of like making Death Note slash Ghost in the Shell with mecha, and I mean I liked its political intrigue, but I just wasn't a huge fan of it, and the mech designs were kind of iffy. To be honest though, I like their mech designs over Eureka 7, so that's saying a lot though. Oh, that's true. That's true. It kind of makes you think back to like, well, with Cowboy Bebop, how they would like see you Space Cowboy, right? And I think I forgot how it ended on the last episode. They put something else at the end instead of saying see you later, Space Cowboy. It's something else. So I could see what you're saying when they said like see you later. But I mean, you can also take that as in two different ways. See you later could be like, well, see you next time, maybe another season, right? Or see you later, like this is the end of our adventure. See you later. That sort of thing. I don't know. That's how I would interpret that, at least. I mean, it varies. I'm gonna conclude the trilogy here. My wife's about to be here. I think she's gonna be here in like less than 10 minutes, and I know that she's gonna come through that door, and it's like all kinds of noise. I'll go on a brief break, and then I will do Origins. But let me finish up Trilogy real fast here. So I'm going to just jump back briefly. Wait, they did plan another season? Well, didn't Gainax own or had the licensing to Outlaw Star before? Wait, was it? I'm thinking it's Pioneer, then Gainax, then it went to Sunrise, right? Or was it always been Sunrise from the get-go for Outlaw Star? Because I could swear Gainax owned it, and then when their company tanked, yeah, that was pretty much it. I mean, that was a company that was always struggling, especially with like Evangelion and stuff like that. Like, they had issues with Evangelion. That's why it led to the piss poor final episode, which I had to redeem with 2 movies. Which the second movie is just a compilation movie, and then. We have, I can't remember anything else beyond that. Like, I remember FLCL from Gainax, and that's about it. Yeah. Dude, I can actually agree to that. Now, I love Ghost in the Shell, but I can understand what you're saying, like what it did to the sci-fi anime genre and how it altered that one. So I could see what you're talking about that. I think the only issue with that is that it's not so much that it altered the genre, it's that how others perceive it, right? There's always a thing about taking a genre and either working to excel at it or going in deviant paths. And that's why I feel like they went to deviant paths, and like you get things like Psychopaths and things like that where they try to create like something akin to that one, not so much so, but it deviates too much from it, and then it's not too coherent. With SAO, I don't know. I think I'm trying to think back. Like, I'm pretty sure there's. I'm gonna get myself maybe in trouble for saying like an example like Dragon Pink, for an example, would be like an example of early isekai. I think that's like 95, 96. But if we want to talk about isekai, I think like Log Horizon was the one that truly set the example of what an isekai should have been, I think. And then you get SAO, and then every other isekai that came out afterwards. Don't quote me on that because I'm not a modern anime watcher. I'm more of a old school watcher, and I haven't really watched anything modern, with the exception of like Dragon Ball Super, Gundam, and I think a couple of other series. I'm mostly still back in 2010. that's how far back I am in anime at times. Wait, I've heard of Alice in Wonderland. I don't think I've actually watched it. I was gonna say like another one I would throw in there. Not really that, but it's more psychological. I would say Serial Experiment Lane. That would be a closer one for with that like psychological. Not really isekai though. That's stretching it. I'm gonna stretch it. Are you still stuck in 99? Hey, I'm not too far off. I'm just only a decade ahead of you. That's not saying a whole lot. I'm picky with my anime. Very picky. I tend to watch more like 80s and 90s anime than I do watch anything new. Here's what I have to say, not to bag on the anime community or anime as of going forward, but I feel like anything past 2006, that's why I kind of stopped at 2010. Anime feels like to be a lot more fluff than anything else. It's more visualization than it is substance. It's like subsistence, and I want more substance behind what I'm watching. I like you were mentioning about like psychological thrillers and stuff like that. So I enjoyed that kind of stuff. Like one example I would put out, like Perfect Blue, for an example. I would love to see more things like that. Paranoia Agent was another interesting one too. It was weird and trippy, but it got me thinking. I really enjoy those kind of animes. Or even war stuff like Gundam, for an example. Votoms, I don't have my Blu-ray. Yeah, I was using it as a joke before, but I'm like, yeah, Votoms is another one I enjoy too. But I'm like, I enjoy those kind of animes because I feel like there's a lot more substance behind it. There's more value on rewatch, and you get more from it, right? Like you can come at it with different theories or ideologies, and you can build from it. And that's something I talk about with Gundam too. I feel like every single series, for the most part, there's some series I don't feel like that, but I feel like you can come back watching, picking up something brand new, developing something new, coming up with new ideologies or theologies, or coming up like with new themes to build off from watching it. I feel like anything past 2006, mostly past 2010, is all fluff, no substance, nothing to really build off of. So when you watch something brand new, it doesn't really have anything enjoyable. Something I would say like to that level would be like Attack on Titan, and I've only watched the first season, so I don't know. I know what happens in second and third and beyond and all that jazz, but that's why spoilers don't matter to me none. I enjoy the experience and then I view it and dissect it as a film buff and connoisseur. I kind of do that kind of stuff. My wife's at the door. He right back. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go on a quick break. Give me about 5 minutes. Just a quick pop by, but I would love to talk to you, Commodore, about rewatching stuff in general and learning and deciphering some new things. That's the fun thing about rewatching series and movies. I'll again be right back. About 5 minutes, I hope. I gotta help the wife bring in some stuff, so be right back. Alrighty then. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the wait there, guys. Had to help the wife bring in some stuff. She might be crossing by a couple times, so don't mind her. But yeah, I had to do a quick little stop because she needed help bringing in some stuff, and I didn't realize that when it was raining earlier, it actually hailed, so it did some damage outside. So I had to go surveil the damage, and what had happened? Ooh. Oh. No, nothing. I was like, you okay?
Can I live my life while you stream?
Oh, of course you can. I'm just worried about what's going to happen or anything like that. Alrighty then. There we go.
Oh, my chateau. Oh, I got dirt on my feet.
Making sure I didn't miss anything here because I'm a little bit rebacked. Yeah, because I got this scroll pause. But yeah, before I actually jump back onto conversation about the trilogy, I'm almost done with talking about the trilogy here. What? I knew you were gonna laugh at me. It's like, it's more so like the whole concept about rewatching things. So I always advocate like, hey, it's always good to rewatch stuff. I think my wife will say something different here.
Well, I always rewatch my shows all the time.
Well, we rewatch shows, but like rewatching movies.
Oh, that's normal.
But I always advocate like rewatching stuff or rewatching movies or series because, especially at different time frames, sometimes you might watch something, you might not pick up on something. It's not so much like that's why I'm like when I talk about spoilers too, I'm like I don't really care too much about spoilers because anything like it'll spoil what happens, but it's the journey, the travel, right, throughout the entire show or movie, and you get to experience that. Even though you already rewatched it too, sometimes you get to see or notice things that you don't notice. So here's an example, like when I rewatched Gundam, right? I've rewatched the original Gundam 9 times at this point now, and I never noticed this before, and I was being more attentive to it than I was previously, right? Like, because I'm like, oh, I know how certain events, I know when this person dies, or when this is going to happen, or when they're going to queue up this kind of battle or whatnot. But there's certain things I didn't pay attention to, like certain dialogue or certain things that were said, and it's so passive dialogue that it's like you would not even pay attention. Things like if I'm remembering, like in episode 13, I was talking about, and it's kind of funny, I mentioned about the thunder and lightning, which turned out to be actual hail too. Like when Frau Bo and the kids and several Zeon soldiers were freaking out about lightning, thunder and lightning, and it doesn't really dawn at first, like why do they care or whatnot? But that's just because they are space noids. They've never experienced anything like that, any of that before. No natural occurrences because everything's controlled in the colonies. You wouldn't get any of that information unless you knew about that, like after watching all the other series or getting some kind of like identification or whatnot. But you never really picked up on that, or like people seeing the Earth for this first time, or seeing clouds, and like it just doesn't dawn on you at times. Like you never really think about that. So this is the things I was like trying to get. So the big part of anime experience. No, I don't disagree with you. I say that's the same thing with everything, though. Like every new media that you get the chance to experience or see. So it's like the counter, right? Where there's the argument of the journey, there's also the argument of discovery. So I get what you're saying, and I think maybe as an anime viewer or just a viewer of media or consumer of media in general, it's just that it's the first impression, that first discovery. You find that as more valuable than the journey itself, and that's fine. Everybody has a different way of enjoying what they watch or watch once. I just always advocate like to try rewatch things because you might pick up things that you'll never notice, and it adds more value to me. That whole like they realize about thunder and lightning, the way that the Earth looks, seeing clouds for the first time. Experiencing what ground or gravity actually feels like and not artificial gravity. I didn't really think much about it at first, but then it makes me think like it gives it a little bit more humanity behind the series. It gives the character like even like the super small characters, not even like minor characters. They're just like background characters. The refugees on White Base gives them a little bit more of like a character and gives them a little bit more humanity. Gives more to the theme about like what this war has done or why people are fighting in this war. That sort of thing. That's just one perspective. You can take that and look upon like a bunch of other shows. Like, I'll eventually get to doing actual movies and stuff like that because I'm going to be doing my review formats more likely like this because I have fun. I also enjoy talking to you guys, so I think it's gonna be fun. But like I'll talk about RoboCop eventually, and that's the movie I've.
Oh God.
So I'll give you a quick breakdown. I worked in film, and I've done a lot of film stuff. And when I was in college, RoboCop was one of my theses. And yeah, my wife never heard me talk about RoboCop as much as well, at least not well, back when we were dating and stuff like that. But yeah, yeah, I can talk hours about RoboCop, but that's just because I've dissected that movie a billion times, and I keep coming back to that movie, and I still find something new. I still discover something, new about it, or something I haven't thought about, or a new theory or thesis behind it, and I'm like, okay, I like to approach that. I like to see it in this manner or way. So I don't know. That's something my perspective on it, and I know it's a little overdone, but yeah, I'll eventually get the chance to talk about RoboCop, and I might spend like hours talking about it. Who knows? I mean, I'm not surprised. It's an hour 44 minutes right now for this stream. Granted, about 5 minutes or so was a little bit of a break. See, I mean, like, that's the one thing I could do. I enjoy doing too. Well, at least with certain movies, because like I remember, like I'm pretty sure. I feel like everybody has that one movie or show. Well, not show. I wouldn't say show, but everyone has that one movie where they could see it in their head from beginning to end, and they know every single line, every single scene, and everyone's gotta have that one movie. Me, it's gonna be RoboCop, or like I don't know. Like, I have actually a bunch of other movies too, but like RoboCop's gonna be at the top one on my list. But everyone's gonna have that one, and again, everyone has the different preferences. Like I'll say, like, with my wife, for an example, she doesn't care to watch movies as much because she has a very similar perspective where it's like, hey, she'll rewatch the movies, but it's not so much so that she would want to watch a movie versus a show, oddly enough. But she enjoys watching shows more and picks more from rewatching a show than she does from a movie. I find it weird, but that's okay. I mean, everyone has their different perspectives, and that's something to be valued because we all have different ways of viewing things and sharing that knowledge. Ooh, I did not realize I kind of got a small cut from a box. All right, so let me go ahead and I'm going to complete a little bit of portion here with the trilogy here. So the last part I want to talk about on the trilogy before I move on to Origin is if you are new to Gundam. So again, this is the little segment I have here, which is if you are new to Gundam, should I watch this first? Or in this case, like, should I watch the movies versus the series? No spoilers here, okay? So, to be honest, I'm a bit of both. And I rate the movies akin to how I rate the series. It really depends on your mood. Do you feel like watching a series or do you feel like watching a movie? Do you feel like watching something that has more character development and more elaborations on certain things, or do you like something a little bit more tighter paced, more condensed, more straight to the point? What do you have preference for? The only bigger differences between the two, between like certain scenes around it, just keep in mind that like certain events are flopped around in the movie versus the series, and it's kind of a fun watch if you think about it this way, because I always consider it's like a what if happened, and that's between the movie and the series. Personally, and my recommendation too, I prefer the movies versus the series, to be honest. As much as I love the series, I actually like the movies more because it's a lot more tighter paced, it's a lot more condensed, and it gets straight to the point about the themes and the story itself. There are certain things I am sad about that get cut out, like a lot of the other characters movie time and the importance of certain characters, but I really like how they changed up certain things or incorporated or made things more streamlined, like the whole concept about new types and making that a gradual focus throughout the movies rather than this, hey, you get like about 30 plus episodes, everything seems fine, then all of a sudden it goes kind of crazy the last 5 episodes. I prefer that in the sense with the movies versus the series. Not docking on the series. It's not that crazy as I'm exaggerating it to be, but it is actually still feasible. That being said, though, I really enjoyed the movies. Mobile Suit Gundam, the movie trilogy, gets a 4 out of 5. I mean, it's not much of a surprise. It's basically the movie series, so it's just the same. But I would recommend, like, if you're going to start off in the Gundam series, if you're starting in the UC Century specifically, too, the movies are nice. They're easy done. It's a 6-hour watch, basically. I would say 6 hours and 30 minutes, because each movie's, like, about 2 hours and, like, 5 minutes or so. So, like, it's a good compromise. Versus if you watch the series, you're going to get, like, 16 hours plus. You got your filler and all that jazz like that, even though it was facing cancellation. So you choose the way that you want to watch it. But I would recommend watching the trilogy over the series. A lot more cohesion behind that. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the trilogy here. So let me go ahead and I'm going to move on to our last one I'm going to review. Oh my gosh, can I not? Can I not? Oh yeah, that's right, because I have this enlarged. Oh, there we go. Took me a little bit. So the last one I want to talk about here, and for our fun little review, is, I just want to pull them up, is I'm going to be talking about Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin. So let me just kind of fix this up here too, because I just want to display the fun little movies. So Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin is a OVA, just in case for those who don't know the acronym, is the original animation video, if I'm not mistaken, right? I always mistake it as original anime video, but it's original animation video when I had looked it up. I could be wrong. Someone correct me, please. Commodore, correct me if I'm wrong. But it's a six episode OVA that curtails, basically follows the story of Char and Sayla for the most part. And let me get back here. Follows Char right here and follows Sayla. Where is she? My gosh, she's not in that. She's like, well, because Char is one of the bigger protagonists, but like follows Sayla. Sad that she's got a little sideline there. But again, the OVAs is a 6-episode series that follows Char and Sayla through their lives amongst many other minor characters that were either briefly seen, had some screen time, or were never seen before in the original series. This all takes place about 11 years before the 1-Year War. Takes place in Universal Century 0068 and goes onward. From there, each episode kind of covers like a different time frame. So the first episode, we get like 0068. The second episode, we are treated a little bit older, so like 0071 to 2. Third episode, we go a little bit more into the future, and 0070, like 75 to 77. And then the last few episodes is basically merging in towards the war with 0078 to 79. The fun thing about this series, and it's not too much of a spoiler, but it's what I would like to describe as Rogue One to Episode 4 is what Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin is to Mobile Suit Gundam The Original Series. The way the movies end branches immediately into the original Gundam series. However, part of my little you need a Gundam, should I watch this first? And would I recommend you to watch this before or after? And what I'm going to tell you right now, you should watch this watch this after you watch the original series. Let me go into a little bit more explanation behind The Origin. So, like I mentioned before, this is a lot to unpack. So, Commodore, it's not going to be true spoilers for you, but I'm going to be mentioning portions of the war It has no pertinence necessarily to the original series. So I'll let you be aware about that. Well, technically, the episodes already tell what happens in every episode too. So that's it. That's it. I'm not gonna spoil too much, but this entire movie, like this entire OVA, is a UC elitist dream, like myself. This series covers a lot of historical events that we've only heard about or played in the video games, but never truly seen it or actually had it depicted in such a way. I think the biggest ones that stand out to me was how Zeon was built, Operation British, and the Battle of Loom. To my knowledge, from what I have gathered from the Gundam fandom in the past, the way that Zeon was built, we got ideas about Daikun poisoning Zeon and then taking it over, but we don't really understand why or the how to that, and the movies elaborate a lot more on this. Operation British, we know, like, if you watch, like, the opening title sequences, like the colony, or you might see the meme of a colony drop, right? We know that a colony dropped on Earth, but we don't know the context of it or anything. Most of us fans, what we got out of context were from manga or video games, where they explain how, like, what happened to this colony and how they utilize this colony to drop it on Earth. And we got that in here. And even the biggest one is the Battle of Loom, which I was really, really excited to watch, because the Battle of Loom, which was also noted as the 1 week war, was the initial fight that brought in the mobile suits. You know, like the idea that Federation was going to fight against this colony furthest from the Earth, and it's like, what do these little piss ants think they can demand freedom from us? We're not going to give them independence. We're going to fight back. They got nothing against us. And that was the first battle in the entire war that they found out about mobile suits. And that was the biggest one of them all. I thought that was it was incredible to watch that and how the events played off from there. There was a little bit of a disappointment with the Loom fight, but it's not necessarily the Loom fight itself, it's what happened before it. So, like I mentioned, with all this newer stuff too, and going into what I was going to mention, not much of a spoiler, but the series itself, like, we see in the very first episode too, where there's like gun tanks. For the longest time, what I've always known was that, based off the information, and by the way, I want to kind of back up to Battle of Loom. The only time I ever experienced this was actually playing in one of the games. I think, if I remember, I played Battle of Loom in Encounters in Space. Same thing with Operation British, if I'm not mistaken. And that's how we get a lot of information about those two battles or events. But speaking of that one too, the whole mobile suits, because Battle of Loom was so critical that it introduced mobile suits and completely flabbergasted and, you know, blew the Federation out of the water. They were surprised. They were outgunned quite literally by the Zeon, which was a surprise. They introduced mobile suits earlier on, like they had gun tanks in the first episode, and they later on introduced gun cannons, which they were trying to say they were obsolete or outdated models and stuff like that. I'm like, but if they were already aware about mobile suits, why was it a big surprise when it happened during the Battle of Loom? You know, it kind of took that magic away, and I felt. I think I need to also maybe backtrack a little bit for those who don't or know about this as well. But Origin is actually a manga translated into the series. If I am not mistaken, this is probably the first Gundam series to do that, because most Gundam series are the Gundam series and then they get translated into manga, right? Where this is a manga first translated into an anime form. And they only translated because Origin was a retelling of the original Gundam with all this background story. Origin movies is specifically the background story only. No redone of the original. So what I really liked about that part, though, is that we got all this backstory about all these characters. Not just Sayla and Char, which are the prominent characters of these movies, but everybody from the Zabi family, Rumble Rawls family, and a bunch of other side characters, too, that was like, oh, wow. Like, you get stuff from, like, Kozun and Clamp. You get things even with the main crew base, which I was kind of a little bit miffed because they got a little bit more screen time in the later movies. I didn't want them to have as much screen time. I want to focus on these other characters, because when you come into the original Gundam series, all you get is the main cast and crew, and then all the characters you see in this movie are sidelined. They're minor characters to, semi-important characters, with Char and the zombie family being more prominent as like antagonists, basically. So that's kind of like frustrating to me. But it's kind of the reason why I would almost recommend why Origins should be watched after you watch the original Gundam series. Because you're not going to have the same appreciation for these characters. Because when you watch the original series, like, I remember this guy. What? Why are they downplaying him? Hey, I remember Rumble. Well, he's only got like about 5 episodes or so. Oh, yeah. Those only shows up a few times. What's going on? Then he's here at the Battle of Solomon. Huh? So you see what I mean? It kind of becomes like that. But as a UC elitist, as a Gundam fan of the Universal Century, this is our dream. We get to have more story, more background, more canological information about these characters. And I really love that. On top of that, it's the world building. It's setting up everything that led up to the 1 year war. What events transpired from point A to B to all the way to Z, which is the 1 year war. I love all that world building, all the characters introduced, everything that set this up. I'm like, it's delicious. That's great stuff. There wasn't a single character I was not interested in the movie. Even though there are some characters you could hate, it's not they're not interesting. They're not saying that they're not interesting at all. So I was like, yeah, it was very thorough. Some things I didn't like about the movie, though, it was some of the over dramatic theatrics. I'm looking at you, Char. You, Char. There's some moments in the movie which it's what I call like that anime theatrics. I mean, what do you expect from anime? But I expect more from a realistic one. Char has this like unbridled determination from such a young age, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of get that, but like the way he behaves and mannerisms, like, just seems so extreme for someone of his age. I don't know. It's just the way I looked at it. It just seems too over dramatic at times. Like when people like hit him or do something, he would just stare at them like, I was like, oh, okay, all right, gotcha. Or when he comes across as Eduardo come across Char. I mean, that just, it's kind of Captain Obvious of the story. If you knew Char Aznavour as a character and all that, it's kind of Captain Obvious. And kind of, again, going back to a little bit, there are mobile suit fights in every single episode. There's more so towards the latter few, because especially when it gets closer to the 1 year war. But I think it was kind of nice. I see what the team was trying to do in putting a fight in every single episode, right? To make it a little bit more, exciting. Other than that, it just becomes more of a political and war drama versus like an actual like real robot in there. And I think that I feel that was just too forced. I honestly would prefer to see more about the characters and see more involvement with them. I know I can't remember because I have the whole entire manga. By the way, the Origin manga, there's only 6 episodes. The manga spans 10 volumes. They are thick books, like that thick. Like, oh, that's a double-sided disc. This is a Blu-ray disc, right? You want to see how thick that is? That's how thick those books are. It's no joke. 10 of them. Yeah, that was fun reading it. I forgot what I was going on there. But I would, of all the characters, I would wish if they were going to show a little bit more too. I wanted to see a little bit more about Zeon Daikun, and a little bit, not even a little bit, because we don't even get, we got Bright at the very end, but I want to see more about Bright's early years too. Yes, dictionary thick. I was thinking about bringing out the books as a joke, because I like to have little props as jokes a little bit, right? And I wanted to bring it out, but it's buried in one of my boxes, and it's labeled one of my 3 Gundam boxes. That's how much Gundam stuff I have. One of my 3 Gundam boxes I have, and I know it litters the entire bottom half of my box, and it's one of my heavier boxes. And I'm like, I don't want to try and dig through the boxes, trying to find them, pull them out. And I have no way of really displaying, because there's no way I'm going to hold, like, they're like freaking like huge. Like, I'm going to do this. I'm probably gonna drop him and then break the spine or something, and I don't want to do that. But yeah, that's something I wish I had seen a little bit more of, because I like Bright as a commander or a captain. He's the acting captain of White Base, and I like him as a character, especially throughout the other series too. And I would love to learn a little bit more about his past. We don't really get much about him. We get some ideas based off of like some manga, like like talking about him, but never really seeing it. I would have loved to see that. Granted, we got to see everybody else. I would just love to see a little bit more about him. We saw more Mirai than Bright. Mirai makes sense, but I would like to see a little bit more Bright. What else here? Yeah, and then with the mobile suits themselves too. So the fun thing about this is that I wouldn't really consider it fun. I don't know how about some of you feel about this, but you got your regular between like it's either cell animation or hand drawn animation, and then you got the CGI animation. Most of the story is told in that regular animation / cell animation, and then you get this CG animation for the mobile suits. All the fights occur with that, and sometimes kind of interspliced with that too, and that kind of drives me nuts. It's a little bit of inconsistency between the artwork and animation, and it kind of takes you out of the what I would like to call like the movie element, right? Like when you're watching a movie, you want to be into it, right? Not be pulled out of it at any point. And I feel like when you see the CG models of the mobile suits, like the Zaku's or the mobile workers and the gun tank and gun cannon, it takes it out there, and it kind of gives this like, I love the movie, but I'm just trying to use that as a comparison. Kind of gives it that like Roger Rabbit, Who Framed Roger Rabbit kind of appeal, where you get this cartoon with real life, and it looks a little bit funny or weird at times. Not saying that that's what Roger Rabbit is, but I'm just trying to give a bad analogy, I guess. But I really hate that CGI look. The CGI when they're fighting and all that was fight, but when it was fun, when they fight, it's fun. When they mesh it together with the cell or the regular animation, it looks awful. Examples of this is like when you see the gun cannons in the hangar, the gun tank fight sequence when it's rolling down the city, and a couple of other times throughout later in the episodes where because after those two I mentioned, most of it is CGI'd animation with the fights. You don't really see too much with the animation. But when you get into those couple of episodes, when I give you those examples, I didn't like the way it looks. It took me out of the element of watching and enjoying the movie. Like, this looks different. This looks odd. This looks out of place and doesn't match up. I would rather have it like hand-drawn animation that matches up with it, so that way it marries it very, very well. And that's my preference. I'm a little bit picky about that. To each their own, right? That being said, there's not a whole much I can cover about Origin, because very much so it is mostly background. It is giving every Gundam fan of the UC Century everything they're kind of asking for. Like I said, I could not complain about these movies at all, really. There's some little nitpicks I had about it, but honestly, I really couldn't bag on it too much. I think the only thing that really just takes me out of there, again, it's the CG animation with the animation, and some level of the pacing and the storytelling at times. Kind of feels a little bit janky, jumping around at times with the characters. And that's a problem that you get when you have a huge cast. Like, I would almost call it like Game of Thrones casting, right? Where this huge cast of characters, and if you don't have a proper way of like pacing it and going back and forth between the characters, it gets too wonky or too janky of a pace, and it kind of feels very bumpy. And I kind of feel that with Origin at times. Where we're getting pulled at every which way possible, but that's because they're trying to stay consistent with the timeline and the storytelling. So that was about it for me. As for if you're new to Gundam and if you should watch this first, kind of like I already alluded it, I said in the very beginning of this video here, is that no, don't watch Origin first at all. In fact, I would recommend you watching the original series or one portion of the UC timeline before even touching this. Origin dives so much so into the characters that are involved in the original Mobile Suit Gundam and how they reappear in some other series too. that if you watch this first and then you watch everything else, you won't have the same appreciation. In fact, you're going to be upset because again, how I was saying, as a fan, and like going through all the years, we watch these series, and like I wish we had more about these characters. I wish we knew more about these characters. What's their backstory? And we never got that. This OVA answers your questions and gives you those backstories that you've always been asking for. If you watch this first and then you go into the series and other, or like the main series and the other series, you're gonna be so disappointed. You're gonna be really, really upset. Like, these are major characters. What happened to Dozel? Why doesn't he have such a major role? What about Rumbarol? Or what about Sayla? What's going on here? You're gonna get frustrated about that, and it would drive you nuts. That's why I would say, if anything else, watch the original Mobile Suit Gundam, be it the trilogy or the series, and then do what I did and watch Origin next. You'll have a finer appreciation for it. And trust me, even though it's dated about 35 years after the fact of the matter, you're still going to really enjoy it. It's not going to take you away. The animation's not going to push you away between late 70s, early 80s animation and 2015's animation. You're not going to get disappointed by that. So I think it's a fun ride. Great on the storytelling, backgrounds. Action's fun, not a whole lot of it, so don't expect much. Maybe the last episode is where you're going to expect most of the fight. And I'll give you this much. Actually, I'll say one thing too. I hate cliffhangers. I really, really hate cliffhangers. Episode 5 goes into a cliffhanger for episode 6. By cliffhanger, I'm talking like movies like Matrix Reloaded to Matrix Revolutions, or Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest to At World's End. It does not satisfy. Where like it, or even another offender was the Hobbit movies, Desolation of Smaug, and then to the. I'm sorry.
Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, well, Game of Thrones doesn't really do that. I already mentioned. I did mention Lord of the Rings though. I was talking about the Hobbit. I don't know if you heard me, but Desolation of Smaug, going into what's the third Hobbit movie?
I don't know the Hobbit movies as well as the Lord of the Rings.
It's like the Battle of the Five Earths, or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's basically that build up towards the end, and there's a final fight that's gonna happen right there, that awesome fight, and then the movie ends.
Game of Thrones is infamous.
I would say Matrix Reloaded. For me, Matrix Reloaded was the most infamous one, where Matrix Reloaded build up to this fight and then cuts it off. I got pissed, and then Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest builds up to this epic thing, cuts off. Next movie. Episodes 5 to 6 does the exact same thing, and that's the Battle of Loom, where it's a build up to the Battle of Loom, cuts off, and that's how it is. If I remember correctly, these movies were released theatrically in Japan, and the way that they were released branched it off. So if you had watched episode 5 in the theaters and then you got to the ending, I would have been pissed. I would have been royally pissed about that. Lucky enough, I had it on Blu-ray. I mean, you can see it on that screen right here. But I got these lovely little Blu-rays right here, so I did not get mad about that. Not mad about that. But I could still experience that. Overall, what I would give Mobile Suit Gundam, The Origin, gets a 4 out of 5. I know, it seems like I'm giving a lot of 4 out of 5s, and trust me, a lot of the Gundam series are actually pretty good. That's going to kind of change up with some of the other series. I can't guarantee all of them are going to be 4 out of 5s. There's that mythical 5 out of 5, which is only given to the most prestigious, the most perfect, the best. Yeah, that's going to be kind of hard. Actually, there is only two series that could come up with a perfect score. Granted, I would say this much, is that the original Gundam was one that I gave an original score of 5 out of 5 in the past. But that's a moody one for me. It's usually a contender with one other series once we get up to it, and I'll hint at it. I do want to address everything you said, Commodore, so that way I can go back. So let me see where I had left off on. See. Yeah, CG animation, it's a hit and miss for me. Sometimes it's kind of cool and awesome looking. Other times, it's disgusting, ugly, and why would you do that? I think Appleseed is an example where I think CGI doesn't look terribly that bad. I was thinking like the new Ghost in a Shell movie. Not the Scarlett Johansson one. I'm talking about, There was one. It's not standalone complex. It's part of the Arise movies. And after the first 4 Arise movies, there was a new one. It's called the new Ghost in a Shell movie, but it's part of the Arise set. I can't remember if that was CGI'd or not. And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Goblin Slayer a little bit CGI too? I remember seeing some screenshots of it, but I can't remember. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that one. I know I'm dating myself again, and I've only seen screenshots, so I can't really say a whole lot. No, so it's not so much as faking the hand-drawn look as much as it's the cell. I'm terrible at animation telling, so I can't tell if it's cell animation or it's actually hand-drawn. But the animation, like the 2D animation, is great. The CGI animation is great on its own, too. The moment they put them on screen together, it is ugly. Ugly. Takes you right out of that scene. I wish I could pull up a screenshot of it or something like that, and you'll see exactly what I mean. And the best ways I can describe it, first episode, gun tanks. Anytime you see any gun tanks, because they're in the animation, the 2D animation, and they stick out like sore thumbs. And then when we see gun cannons in a hangar, they stick out like sore thumbs. You can see like the engineers float like going about doing their thing, and then you see the gun cannons, and they stick out like ugly 3D objects in a 2D world, and then it drove me nuts when I was watching this. But when the CGI was on the CGI side, it was just fine. It was like, it looked great. It looked like any other CGI animation that was fine. I didn't have any issues with that. And yes, Roger Rabbit looked better. I'm just trying to use again, bad analogy. Super bad analogy. I apologize, but I was trying to use an analogy because what they did in Who Framed Roger Rabbit is actually phenomenal with blue screen back in the day, especially how they were trying to get Bob Hoskin and all the other actors to interact with something that wasn't physically there. Keep in mind that no other production company has ever done something like this. I think the closest thing to it was back in 1985, The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, where they did a skeleton rising and stuff like that, and they used blue screen for the first time around there. That was a great example of that too. But Roger Rabbit really set a huge precedence with blue screen and actors acting with something that was not physically there with them. That's true. I mean, if anything else, I think it's when it comes to animation quality, it's about style too, and you can reinvent style so much. I swear, like animation keeps changing, so it's kind of impressive. That's why I said like a lot of newer animes got a lot of this style is like nice look, right? But it's just fluff, and I need substance, and I don't get none of that with the new animes. Oh, okay. So, Commodore said Harry Potter 2.
Huh?
Harry Potter.
What about it?
Does one of those, like, it builds up to a climax, and then it cuts it right off, and then leaves it for the next movie. Oh, that's right. Oh,
Second to last Harry Potter.
yeah, Deathly Hollows. Yeah.
Yeah, second to
Thank
last.
you, Commodore. Yeah, my wife's a huge Harry Potter fan, so she knows more about it than I do. It's weird. It's kind of like the weird marriage of sci-fi and fantasy married together. Okay. Animation hasn't been cell animated in 20 years. I think I'm using the wrong terminology for cell animation. I'm trying to say like it's like cell as in digital, not like the hand-drawn cell like Don Bluth stuff. No, that's not even Don. That's not even. No, yeah, Don Bluth did cell animation. I think towards the end. God, I'm fudging up a lot of my animation history here. Yeah, because it was cell animation towards the later years, and then Bluth's company went out, if I remember right. But yeah, like I'm talking about so there's hand-drawn animation, there's the cell animation, there's then the digital animation, and I keep mistaking digital animation terminology as cell animation, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong again, and I'm not super knowledgeable on it. I apologize. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my God! You mentioned Red Light. Oh God! So fun story. I do movie nights and game nights with my friends here and there, and one time we decided to do movie night, and myself and another friend convinced my other friends to watch Red Line. Now, some of them were anime fans, some of them were not. Red Line. I would love to review that movie. That is a fun movie. That is a trip. That is a balls to the wall, high octane, nonstop fun movie. I really love that anime movie. It's enjoyable. I remember watching it for the first time. I still get the same thrills watching it to this day. It's like, yeah. And then watching it with people who've never seen it before, you get two reactions. You get them like, yeah, this is so crazy and awesome. And then you also get the reaction of like, my God, what did I just watch? Because they're not so used to the crazy, inane, super bizarro stuff that happens midway through the movie. I want to say midway through. There's some weird stuff that happens in the beginning of the movie, but midway on, all I had to say is Funky Baby. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see here. Space Jam, yes, that's another exceptional. I'm like, look, I'm not trying to say again. I know you probably already got the point, but I'm just going to reiterate. Not trying to negate on animation towards live action or anything like that, but I was just trying to use an example where it just looks weird if you've never seen it before, or in the case that it's done bad. I don't have an example where animation with live action was done badly or anything like that. The only thing I think is like cellular looks weird with 2D. That's it. It's yeah. I'm not gonna dive into that again because I keep reiterating myself. I think. New anime look. Yeah, I mean it's too perfect at times. It's like a hit and miss. I think it's not so much as too perfect. It's too clean. That's what I hate about new anime. Like, I feel like older anime tends to get this right than newer anime. Like, you know, someone after a fight sequence or whatnot, you know, you see someone gets punched, they're gonna have like all that messed up look. Sometimes their hair might be a little bit frazzled, and they're gonna look like they got beat, right? In newer anime, like I can even say that in Origin, for an example. Like if someone hit Char or whatnot, or someone got slapped or hit too, they have the little tiny scuff marks. Everything else is just fine. You know, no matter like if they had long hair or whatnot, their hair is not going to be frazzled after being slapped or hit. You expect to see someone like have something, right? So I could agree with you there on like newer animation. It's not so much as perfect, it's too clean, especially after a fight sequence. A new anime that isn't a decades-old franchise that has a strong futuristic sci-fi aesthetic. Well, how far back can you say? Because the next one I would argue is Ghost in a Shell. Ghost in a Shell has an amazing sci-fi aesthetic. I always loved Ghost in a Shell just because of its cyberpunk themes and what it revolves around, and how influential it is itself. I can't speak for Innocence, like Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence. And I enjoyed the movie, but I won't talk about it, which is the ScarJo Ghost in the Shell movie, because I feel like it's a bastardization of Ghost in the Shell. At the same time, it was an enjoyable movie, though. Look, I mean, as much as I'm a fan of Ghost in the Shell, and I can get so mad about what they did about that movie and the casting and stuff like that, it was still a fun movie. I still had fun enjoying that movie. Oh, Tiny AE. Was that? No, I thought that was digital mixed with, wasn't that cell animation though? I could swear that's cell animation too, so it's cell with digital. But the digital wasn't so bad. It was mostly with the ships and then some of the alien creatures too, especially at the end of the movie. Oh man, you remind me of Tiny. I haven't seen that in like forever. I think the last time I saw that was back in college, actually. Yeah. That is solid stuff. That is solid stuff. Oh man. Okay, so it's scan drawings. Okay, so that's interesting. So then they basically like was it hand drawn, scanned into the computer, and then CJ placed on top of it, or because I was thinking that it was cell, and then they would place the CGI on top of it. That's what I was thinking. Damn. Okay. I wonder what was cell animated then that I'm probably mistakening for, because like you can tell the difference between animations by the drawings. I'm pretty sure most Don Bluth films should be hand drawn. A lot of the earlier Disney films, no doubt were hand drawn. I think the last one, unless that was Cell, no, that was last one was Princess and the Frog, and then after that became digital. I don't think it ever Cell. What was a Cell anime? I'm trying to like think back. I'm like racking my brain, and I got like over 1,000 films in my head. They use digital paint and scan with paper and with scanned paper. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. So it'd be like, because I remember like those little stills where it's like the plastic one, and then they would draw like little portions in it, or they would etch into there. That's why sometimes when you get cells, you can get complete ones or incomplete. Man, it's been a while. It's been too long. Like my animation knowledge and stuff like that dates me back when I was in college, but animation was not my forte. It's something I did enjoy and love, though. I grew up with cartoons and animation, so it's my love. And anime, of course. I mean, that is what it is. But man, it feels like it's like I'm out of the game. I'm thinking I am. I'm dating myself with information I barely hold on to in my memory banks. I do want to say though, so with that, I've reviewed so far. We've reviewed the original Gundam, the original movie Trilogy, and now we did Origin. We're gonna kind of continue alongside with the 1 Year War timeline. I kind of showed it earlier today, but I'm gonna show it right now again. Where did my other one go? I swear I keep grabbing stuff. And so the next stuff that I will be reviewing, and hopefully I will get this done this week, and I will do another review like. Again, next Saturday. So I'm going to be reviewing MS Igloo, and then I'm going to be reviewing 8th MS Team or 08th MS Team. However you want to enunciate it. I always called it 8th MS Team. That's how I always remembered it. But I'm excited to rewatch at least 8th MS Team. I have very fond memories of this series, or rather OVA. It actually is an OVA. A lot of these 13 episode Gundam series are not your traditional series, are OVAs, especially if they were made in the 90s. And then we have the MS Igloo, which is a very interesting one. It's going to be funny because this is pure CGI, if I remember right. I don't think there's any... Yeah, this one's going to be pure CGI. So this is going to be interesting. This was like 2000, right? Let me see if I can discern when it got made. I'm trying to remember. I think it was... early 2000s, I want to say, is when MS Igloo was made. I'm going to be doing a little bit of research again into that one, but I don't remember MS Igloo that well. And that's going to say something in the future about it. But I can't wait for 8th MS Team. I love the music in 8th MS Team, and I almost want to do a preview of what I thought about 8th MS Team and how I've seen that series like I can't. However many times Cartoon Network ran 8th MS Team, plus 1, 2, 3, 4. I can actually count how many times I watched it on DVD and on Blu-ray. Blu-ray, because I actually own this on DVD. Unfortunately, what I originally owned on DVD was a bootleg, and I did not know. I was younger, and I was dumb, and I just bought it from a store, because I'm like, 8th MS Team, let me buy that! And that's how I got into bootleg anime. It was that Gundam 0083 and Gundam Seed, which holds a little ire for me. But this will be the second time watching it on Blu-ray. I can't wait. Oh, I forgot that it's going to have a Miller's Report movie in here too. So I'm going to debate if I want to watch. Yeah, it even says right here. So it's like all 13 episodes of the 8th MS Team OVA series. And then the movie, Miller's Report. And I will talk a little bit about Miller's Report. I might just watch it side by side so that way I can get a good comparison, because I know Miller's Report is a compilation of only a few episodes. It's basically the trial, and that's all that was for Miller's Report. But I can't wait to watch 8th MS Team again, because that was a lot of fun. I know a lot of second wave Gundam fans in the United States came into Gundam because of 8th MS Team. I'm going to say I was first wave, because I came in when Gundam Wing first hit in, I think it was 1999, like late 1999 to 2000. Or was it 98? I can't remember. And I fell in love with Gundam Wing, and then got into Gundam from that point onwards with all the additional series they brought in. And I know like other people came in with like either 8th Emma's team for the later phase of what happened with my generational point. And then there was Seed. I keep talking about Seed. I don't like talking about Seed. I hate Seed. Okay, hold on. I hate Seed from what I remember. I can't be fair. It's just like I have memories about like 8th MS team. MS Igloo, I'm going to tell you, I'm probably not going to be enjoying it as much, but that's when I remember watching it. I watched it in broken parts, and it got really weird. Really weird with some of the episodes, and I think it got really weird with one of the episodes involving death. Not the concept of death. Like the Grim Reaper, death. And I'm like, what? Anyway, know any anime in the past decade that has strong sci-fi aesthetic? Past decade. So I'm gonna say 2011 to 2022 or 21. I'm sorry. I want to say Psycho-Pass. I mean, we already mentioned it before, but SAO. As much as we both probably would hate mentioning about it, but SAO. Log Horizon is not really sci-fi because it's mostly within the game world itself. What else? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat because Origin came out in 2015. No. I'm just messing around. Another one that came out. I was gonna say Persona, but that's merging between fantasy sci-fi. There's a bunch of other mech animes that came out in the last 10 years I can name, and most of them are hot garbage. From one that I saw I can say is hot garbage. Oh my god, what was it? It was like Aldernoth Zero. I remember that one, and that was freaking garbage. That pissed me off. I wasted my time. I know some people are iffy / mad at Darling in the Franxx. There's Ingridman SSSS, which is actually Ultraman. I found that out. I think I watched. I forgot what video. It was either from Bonsai Pop or from Toy Galaxy on YouTube. They mentioned about SSS. It was SSS Gridman, and that was actually an Ultraman spin-off, which I did not know about. That kind of blew my mind away because I loved Ultraman when I was a kid. But when I talk about Ultraman, I talk about Ultraman Towards the Future, the 90s Ultraman, because that's the one I saw when I was a kid. That's what I was, yeah. Okay, fair enough. No, I think that actually came before. I was going to say Bioarmor Guyver, but that's actually based off of the 80s franchise. But it revived 20 years later. Yeah. Shoot. I almost want to cheat. And just pull up like an anime, like go on Anime News Network and look up the like dictionary or like the encyclopedia of them. Anything else I can think of? My brother would school me at this. If this was like a Family Feud or like some kind of like trivia game, he would school me so hard on this. Again, I'm old school and he's the new school. Something new in that kind of strong. I don't think it's so much that anime has gone downhill. It's that companies, and from what I've noticed with anime companies, is that they geared most of their stuff towards what their fans are watching. So like animes used to not be as so seasonal as it is now. It's so heavily seasonal. It's like the passing seasons of real life, you know? And they base it off of what people are watching, and that's how it is. It doesn't seem like sci-fi anime / like mecha or whatnot is in demand. Most people are wanting these like like hardcore actiony shonen slash like slice of life, or in this case now isekai. And isekai is like the closest thing we're gonna get to a sci-fi, but it's not so much so. I agree with you, and this is why I don't really watch anime nowadays. That's why I stopped around about 2010, because that's when it started getting seasonal. Like, and it became like, oh, gotta check it out. Coming up this summer, it's gonna be like how like why can't I date girls in a dungeon, and the next SAO, and then there's gonna be another slice of life anime, and it kind of builds off of that, and then coming up in winter and fall, it's gonna be this next set of anime. Like, my God, I'm already a very busy person. I hardly have time. I want to keep it up. Hardly have time to make content for, you know, Twitch and putting it onto YouTube, or making content for YouTube. And YouTube is already being a pain for me as it is, and that's why I haven't made as much content, because it's a very demotivator is the best way I can put it. But then when you get like seasonal anime that keeps doing this kind of stuff, I mean, even Gundam is known to do that at this point now. Iron-Blooded Orphans did that with seasons 1 and 2, for an example. I get really tired of it, and it starts breaking up with like seasons 1 and 2. Double O did that too, seasons 1 and 2. Why can't an anime series be a full-length, like 50-episode run anymore? No, it's got to be broken up into 20 or 25 to 26 episodes, and they're seasonal or parts. What's up with that? It's like everyone has the attention span of a gnat now, and they're not able to like watch it, you know, as you can enjoy it. I get it. With the companies, they're trying to make money. They're trying to pump out content so they can keep earning and generating that revenue. For the fans that can keep going with it, that's awesome. That's cool. I'm glad everybody, like my brother, can enjoy stuff like that. Sounds like you and I, Commodore, we don't really enjoy that kind of stuff. We want more, you know, streamlined, more consistent things that take its time, or it's more substance-based, something to enjoy. And that's just not in the end, which is very sad, very tragic. And it's either going back to watching previous anime we've watched, or experiencing new anime that we haven't seen in the past. Let me look back to, I didn't even catch what you said so far. Space. Okay, so you talk about space opera. If I'm remembering it right, it was like not Battle of the Worlds. It was God, I can't remember the name. It's like a very grandiose anime soap opera kind of thing. It was back in the 80s. It's not Record of Lodoss War, because that's like that's the fantasy version of that. But there's another one. It's a kind of a lengthy title. I think they remade that a few years ago. But I don't remember how successful it was, and I think it was only one season. And the original spanned set like a few seasons or so. It was a huge, grand one. It was like, if I feel like Gundam was too much with its characters with certain series, I would say specifically with the original series, because later series you're not gonna get that many characters. You're gonna get like a handful of characters rather than a crew, right? And if that's this tier level, right? And then you got Game of Thrones, which has got like a ton of characters from different kingdoms and all that jazz. You gotta follow through all that, and it's kind of insane. Then you got this anime. I might want to Google that up. I can't remember what it's called. Let me see what you got here. 20 years ago. That's what most anime fans. I would say, so 20 years ago, that would be in the 90s. 90s was mostly rom-com animes, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of rom-com animes and ecchi stuff. And then 2000 starts to become more the action-oriented, slice of life sort of anime that I was starting to notice. 80s was very much shonen. 80s was dominated by shonen anime. 2010s and up seems to be dominated by isekai and I feel like some fantasy based ones, like a lot of demon stuff, like Hunter x Hunter, and now Demon Slayer. Is it Demon Slayer? Yeah, Demon Slayer. I've not seen Demon Slayer. My brother raves about it. Tried to drag me to go see the Mugen Train movie, and I was not interested. I'm like, bro, I've never watched the series. I don't know any of these characters. I'm not going to be as attached to this movie as you are, and I'm going to come into it going, WTF, mate. Why did you bring me into this? I don't know anything. It's like me dragging you into like watching a Gundam series that's so deep into it, you have no idea what's going on, and I don't think that's fair. Zoomers probably have no idea what I'm talking about. I mean, like, and that's fine because like I want to bring that piece of old knowledge. Share what I know. Go the Deckard Cain route. Stay a while and listen. I think I did that on my tweet actually. I mean, hell, my tweet. If you look at my tweet on my Twitter, it is pretty dated because like I swear no one really uses hashtags anymore, and I still do it, and I'm like, I feel like I'm dating myself. I feel like I'm old. What's going on? They're like anime is supposed to be kawaii, like kawaii desu. I would have to agree. A lot of anime tends to be very, very cutesy. But then again, you can also get cutesy anime like Higurashi when they cry. And I want to hear when people start going like, oh, the kawaii desu, oh no. Oh, buddy. Oh, look at you. You want attention. Look at him. I'll hold him for a little bit. But I haven't felt at home watching. See, that's why you said, like, if you don't feel at home watching anime in 20 years, I'm sorry, I'm going slowly, guys. I'm trying to catch up. I tend to ramble. You know, I'm a rambler. That's why I always say, like, just go back into watching older anime then, or picking up a series you haven't seen in the past within a time frame or decade that you feel comfortable with, or something like that. That's why I tend to visit, like, a lot of older animes or, like, a lot of older OVAs. What do you see? You see a cable you want to grab? No cable grabbing. No. He's looking up at my mic, and he wants to grab something. I'm going to put you down now. Say bye, Nero. Bye. until he wants back up again. 20 years ago, from an American perspective, that much too numb. Okay, that's fair enough, because like back then it was like a nice mix between like shonen, not shoujo. I forgot how you would say. I forgot the terminology for Magic Girl. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's the Magic Girl that not slice of life, but romance, because you got like, I could swear they aired Love Hina. I could swear. I'm wrong, but I know they aired like Tenchi, most of the Tenchi series and movies. Anime X Central. Really? Like, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Actually, thank you for correcting me, anime, because when I'm thinking about anime, and you completely reminded, and I can't believe I forgot about, but JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure got made in the 2010s plus. So yeah, like there was some shonen right there, and also Dragon Ball Super as well. I mean, I can't believe I completely negate or forget that. I'm too hyper focused in a small spot, and not looking at a broader picture at times. But yeah, like I'm just trying to remember off the titles and names that I can think of. And then disappointed fans that like, why can't I find a new anime like Outlaw Saw, Cowboy Bebop, and Big O? Oh my god, you're saying titles and names that are dear to my heart. This is my nostalgic factor, warp 10, loving it all. I would also say it's the direction too. If you think about it as well, like you get different anime directors that come into the projects and they bring their own perspectives and views. It's kind of sad that when you mention these ones too, very much so like, again, I'm going to bring up Origin in this example here. This is a director, if I remember right, this director, let me see if it says it on here. I remember the director of this anime, he directed 0083, which was back in 1993, I think, is when they originally came out, and then he made this one. Those two OVAs are completely different. This feels so modern compared to what he used to do in the past, and I feel like a lot of like maybe like the anime directors, even the older ones that have done like nameless, like not nameless classics, but like the named classics, they are either forced into or they have to contend or compete and become more modern with it. It's funny I say that too. Like I'm thinking about the original director of Gundam, Tomino, Yoshihiro Tomino. I'm saying his name correctly. I'm going off of memory. Even his more modern works, because he directed the first Gundam. He will later direct Zeta Gundam, which I will get into. Turn A Gundam. I think he did he did ZZ Gundam too. God almighty. I'm not excited to watch ZZ Gundam. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not excited for ZZ Gundam. ZZ Gundam years later. No. V Gundam afterwards. Turn A Gundam years later. And then years later did Gian Reconquista. But I think he stayed, if I remember right, he stayed the same with Gian Reconquista. It's just, it was so incoherent as a story. But yeah, like I feel like everyone's trying to force themselves or stay the hardened path. But those who stayed the hardened path, like Tomino, kind of fell off the horse. And he was the one that he guided everybody on the horse he rode in on. It's not necessarily a dead culture. Culture is as alive as its basic. It's the concept of a fan or a fandom, right? It's never truly dead until everybody vacates it. That's the fandom for you. That is a fan. It is never going to die until they all vacate it. It sounds bizarre and weird, but like it's not dead. As much as you want to say that a fandom of something might be dead, it's never going to die. In fact, it might be dormant. Or it might be dormant like a little cicada, and then eventually it's going to crawl right out and molt in something brand new. A la like Sailor Moon, Gundam, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's another example. Bio Booster Armored Guyver. That other super classic sci-fi soap opera anime, and I can't remember the name of it. It's a long one too. It's like the battle of 1,000 stars, like 100 stars. I can't remember. I'm like trying to remember it. Like I swear to God, it's gonna be one of those things where I'm like, I'm done with streaming. I'm gonna close everything off. I'm gonna move on and like eat or do whatever. And it hits me. I'm like, I might tweet it. I might just tweet it if I remember it. Just gonna put it out there, tweet it, and I'll make it out to you, Commodore. I'll make it out to you, man. Because I swear to God, I can't remember it. And then let's see what else we have. Like I said, I'm a big fan of and exactly. I totally get what you're coming from on that perspective. I used to be like that, and then at this point, I spoilers do not impact me or affect me as much as like. I think the only time a spoiler would ever affect me is like if I'm so deep into the series and then it's like it's still going, right? So then that's when a spoiler would get me. Whereas if it's already long done, like it's a series that's already been done and someone said something or I missed out on it, like I'll say like I keep bringing up Game of Thrones because I give myself straight about this one. I don't care about Game of Thrones. I watch it because my wife watched it, and I'm just like watching it because I'm like I want to see what happens next. I didn't care about the spoilers. I mean, like, up until the last season 2, and the only reason I cared about the last season's spoilers was because everybody got so pissed off about season 8. And I was like, man, this is really bad. What made everyone so pissed off? I want to know what it is. I tried my best not to hear about spoilers. I only heard, like, 1 or 2 spoilers, and I tried my best. And I watched it, and I was like, this is what everyone was complaining about? This is why this season was so bad? I don't get it. So, spoilers didn't really matter to me none. I think past my high school time frame, I didn't care about spoilers. But everyone's different, and I get that. And there's the joy of discovering things and seeing something new for the very first time. And I can get when a spoiler impacts that. Which I, again, apologize if I spoiled anything too much for you, with Gundam. I will only say this one for Gundam at least, though. It's mostly history based, so it's not terribly bad spoilers. Not terribly bad spoilers. I still see like the value of like you're gonna already know what certain things happen, and it's just watching it happen. That's the difference, and that's where I get my joy from when I see stuff, even if I've been spoiled or not. And I totally get it on your perspective though, so I do apologize again, and then I'll keep that in mind in the future for you. Let's see here. Oh man, I'm a little bit behind again. My fandom means economies of scale. Yeah. And then, those genres aren't healthy outside of piggybacking off, brand recognition. Yeah, for the most part. And that's where you kind of get garbage anime, where it's just like run of the mill garbage, throw it out the freaking window, don't matter. You got the tread runners, who are doing the exact same thing, changing it up a little bit, but not really a whole lot. And then you got the trailblazers, and those are the ones that are going to set or define the next generation or the culture as it is at that time frame. So, if you think about it this way, kind of like SAO, going right back to it, SAO was the trailblazer in the 2010s and revolutionizing and bringing in isekai, and then isekai just ran amok. Even though that was it's not the true trailblazer. I want to say that Log Horizon was a trailblazer, but it wasn't as big or popular as SAO ever got. Okay, so Anime says, your argument for new school versus old school. New school is valid. I watch a mix of old anime and new anime. When I started watching anime, I started with older shows, then just moved on to newer stuff. The problem is that anime getting more mainstream than before. I don't disagree with that. Also, I'm not a big fan of seasonal format because I just choose the shows I want to watch. And you know what? I don't know if you got a chance to hear us out earlier, Anime, but we're the exact same thing on this one. Commodore and I are on the same agreements with you when it comes to seasonal anime. That's what turned me away from a lot of anime. I don't know when you jumped onto anime. I've been watching anime since the 90s. And that's when I was younger. But when it came to the seasonal stuff, I started noticing that the 2010s, and I'm a busy person. I don't have a whole lot of time. I was actually working a lot back in 2010 too, so like I barely even got to watch even like stuff I love, like Gundam for an example. I barely even touched Double O because Double O came out around about that time frame, if I'm not mistaken, and the whole seasonal perspective was just like it's kind of this revolving production line, and they want to keep pumping out anime, and it's kind of like what I said: junk, tread runners, or trailblazers, and those are like the diamond in the rough. You're really gonna find find a decent amount of tread runners, and you're gonna find a lot of junk. And they're just trying to pump out whatever people are gonna go for, because yes, it is mainstream. Like Japan makes it huge, and it's over here in the States too. And I'm not gonna say it's not also in UK or in Mexico or whatnot, or in Brazil too, because I know like a lot of people like eat that up too over there. It's all over the world. But I'm just like pointing out like other places that are like that I know that are huge with it, and it's just that it's that weird production wheel, like just pushing out whatever they can push out for the sake of making the series and make money. I mean, that's what all shows are in the long run. And I could tell you that as a showrunner before, it's all about the money. And the only way you're going to make the money is getting people to be interested in the stuff that you put out. That's it. I mean, it's the most simplest and most basic form. YouTubers can't even understand that concept, and they abide by that concept. Same thing with even Twitch streamers too. So it's nice. It's kind of nice because like this is like a concept that not a lot of people get behind or whatnot, and it used to be like bigger. And now as we keep moving to the digital age, I'm like I'm so amazed by that, and I keep seeing that with like new people and uppercomers. And like they're really really getting into this, and like I feel like a dinosaur. I feel like a dinosaur. Oh lordy. And I appreciate you validating it too. Let me see. I'm gonna try to see. That's the thing about new torch being passed on. It's not so much as it's being passed on. It's that it's the generation that needs to find the next new thing. And I think it's kind of like like it's a fad almost, right? So every generational or culture is kind of like fad based, and they're gonna find the next new genre fad. So right now, isekai is like a big one. Anime is saying shonen as well. I'm not gonna disagree with that because like I'm thinking back to I'm like again, Hunter x Hunter, My Hero Academia, Dragon Ball Super, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So it's coming up over there, but after that, they're gonna move on to the next phase. It might take half a decade or so, or who knows when that's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen. It seems to be every generational gap, almost 10 years. Almost 10 years. So who knows when that torch will be passed? We never know. Hey, it might happen where sci-fi becomes the next big thing. We don't know, but we gotta wait it out and see what new anime that's gonna try and incorporate a newer, more improved storytelling of sci-fi. You know what I mean? I can't move on. I feel like this is a corpse of what I love on Puppet Strings. I'd say just enjoy it for what it is. It doesn't have to be as lively, you know. As long as it's something that you still hold like near and dear and enjoy and love it, it shouldn't matter if it's new or old. I mean, again, I'm gonna bring up Gundam. Gundam's 40 years old. It is a freaking old series. This is like right up there with like Fist of the North Star, Kimba the Lion, and Speed Racer. I mean, I'll throw in not even Gigantor. It's what was that called? Giant Robo. I think that's what it was called originally in Japan, and that was like back in the 50s. And I will date myself even more with Astro Boy in the 40s. But still, like, it's timeless to you, and it shouldn't have to be alive because it's not currently in the current view or interest of everybody. Media should be enjoyed as it is for your enjoyment, right? And it doesn't need to be big or popular. I think the only thing that's going to be sad about it not being big or popular is that you're not going to see as much content. But I get it for you, though, Commodore, because you want to see something new. You don't want to revisit the old and jump into something you've already seen. You want to explore newer worlds, newer characters, newer stories. So I can get the sadness in that it's not a live genre. And the only thing I could think to compensate for that would just be picking out an anime within the past that fits within that bill. But again, I totally get where you're coming from on that. You know, it's funny when we mention about SAO anime because SAO is overrated, at least how I remember watching SAO when it came out and then everyone was like going crazy for it. And I'm like, I thought SAO was kind of cool for the first few episodes, and then when it kind of took a nosedive, I'm like, okay. And then I guess I get my seasons and my parts mixed up. And when they went to the next part, which is that whole Elven game or whatnot, I thought that was like second season. And they're like, oh no, that's part 2 of season 1. I'm like, that's part 2 of what are you guys talking about? And I kept watching it and I finally finished it. I'm like, you know what? It's an interesting concept. It's kind of cool. It makes me think of Dot Hat Sign on a more actiony one because I loved Dot Hat Sign back in the day. Dot Hat Sign was a lot of fun. That's another good one, but that I don't think that's within your decade parameters, Commodore, because that's back in the early 2000s, 2003 if I remember right. But Dot Hat Sign was really good, early isekai that actually felt more tuned, talking like building on characters and character development, and it's not so much so it's about the action. The big issues is the exaggeration of anime. I hate to become mainstream. Yeah, unfortunately, and that's the sucky thing. It's like kind of like, I'm not gonna say like it's, again, it's kind of like what we've already iterated, which is like it's just what the majority of people are watching. And I think, again, with the Japanese animation, animation companies, basically, they're looking at the ratings. And 9 out of 10 times, all the ratings lean towards the stuff that we are not liking for the most part, that we don't care for. But that's what people want. And they're going to give people what they want because it's going to bring them the buku bucks. They're not going to stop pumping that out until they start seeing a decline in the ratings. And then they're going to try and change the ship's direction, make that ratings go right back up. I wouldn't say don't feel resentful for it. I mean, like, be resentful about how the current state of anime is. Sure, that makes sense. But don't be resentful for anime for the most part. If it brings you enjoyment and it brought you, like, fun and even nostalgic factor, shouldn't be too resentful for that. I know, like, with a lot of other people, too, like, anime can be very, very influential or motivational, too. So it's like, I mean, to each their own. Me, I don't know. I haven't been super heavy in anime since, like, 2010. I pick up my anime series here and there. And I jump back into Gundam again because, like, I haven't watched a new Gundam, not for a while. I've been picking up these Blu-rays, and whenever I pick up these Blu-rays, I buy them. I'm a little bit sad this has got a little flapper broken here. I might want to super glue that, but, I mean, like, I try to enjoy it for what it is. I stick to what I enjoy, you know, and I would say you should do the same too. Like if you enjoy like your sci-fi animes, like try and discover something. Discover again something you haven't seen. It might not be like a great hit, but at least it's gonna be something new, something enjoyable. That's what I would say. Let's see. I got into anime because I was an aspiring engineer, and anime complemented my favorite genre, futuristic sci-fi, something that appeals to aspiring engineers. And you know, it's funny that you mentioned that one. So I'm going to actually continue with this other one right here, too. So, seeing engineers versus engineers in a futuristic world. Oddly, that kind of sounds familiar. Like, I swear to God, I feel like I've seen that kind of a story. I know it's not the same, but it makes me think of, like, Battle Angel Alita, for an example. Super stretchy on that one. But, you know, hear me out. It's like scientists rebuilding a robot, and then she's competing and stuff like that, only to avenge and then fight furthermore for a righteous cause. So I'm like, kinda. I mean, you want to get into engineers, you can look at any of the Gundam build series, but they're not truly engineers; they're gun pub builders, and they're building stuff and they're fighting against each other. I'm trying to think of a series that would match up to your description, but like nothing like that has ever come across. And I would say, as a former producer, you should take that idea and run with it. I ain't gonna steal it, but you should totally run with that. You never know. You might make some money off of that. Make a script. Go for it. Let's see here. I mean, like for me, I mean, I would say like when I was a kid in the '80s. I mean, like people are gonna argue this one. They're gonna argue this one. I'm gonna argue back. Like Transformers, for an example, which is an anime. It's not a American animation. It was an anime. And then like stuff like Sailor Moon going into I remember like Fist of North Star when I was a kid. I watched some weird like demon anime. I don't even know the name to this day. It was really weird. But I remember watching a bunch of weird anime, and then like sci-fi had anime too, so I had like Aeon Flux and stuff like that. But I watched anime just out of enjoyment, and then some level of inspiration when writing stuff or like filming things. And then definitely like it's just, you know, it's a mood pleaser, I guess, too. Like you were kind of commentating on like the romance, and was it you or was it Boom? I can't remember who commented on that, but I enjoyed romance animes in the '90s and early 2000s, and then I moved away from that. Let's see here. Oh, I saw an episode of Doctor Stone. I don't know a whole lot about. I've seen like screenshots beyond that one. It seemed like I kind of have a cool premise, but I've not actually watched the whole thing. I might want to give that a try in the future because I was the only one. I'm like, I think my brother had his Crunchyroll at the time on here. I don't think I have access to it. He gave it to me recently again too because he keeps encouraging me to watch anime, and I think that's what encouraged me to watch Gundam again because I always watch Gundam in bits and pieces, kind of like I mentioned about when I was watching the original Gundam and the movie trilogy, and I never got to watch them together. So I actually wanted to watch all the Gundam series chronologically in that time frame so I can have a nice, like a bigger, grander picture of it. So I'm like, I can appreciate that a lot more. I forgot what I was going on that commentary. Yeah, anime. I was right there with you too. I was like, yeah, it was middle school when Toonami started for me. Middle school to high school, I want to say. I'm trying to remember because like where I was at. Because I remember like Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing was super huge for me. But I remember back in the day when Toonami first started, and it was with Moltar on Cartoon Planet. And it was called Cartoon Planet at first, and then they changed it to Toonami, and then they later on brought in Tom and stuff like that. Oh, the memories. Those memories. Stay golden, pony boy. Stay golden. Yeah, I'm glad you actually saw that too. That you pinpointed that it was like around 2000s. At 2010, I felt like anime actually got a little bit more mainstreamy about 2000s, early 2000s. It got a little bit more mainstreamy, so a lot more anime was coming out to the U.S. And then we're getting a lot more like on Cartoon Network, and we were seeing it more like on WB. Excuse me. Like WB with like Yu-Gi-Oh and Shaman King. What else was there? It was like Shaman King and Kaijudo, I think, was on there too. So those are some examples. Like it was just start pouring into the U.S. But that's because everyone started realizing what Cartoon Network's success was with anime, and they started importing it towards like their cartoon blocks. Oh, that sounds kind of okay. So you are kind of, but isn't that a little bit more fantasy based? Because like I thought Doctor Stone was a little bit more about like it kind of reminds me of like Full Metal Alchemist. Not entirely. I'm just saying it because like I always see Full Metal Alchemist not so much as science, as more as fantasy based. It's a fantasy science. It's a weird marriage between that sci-fi and fantasy because there is the science behind the alchemy, right? And then it's also kind of that got that fantasy base. I always think of sci-fi more like it's usually tech involvement, kind of be like mechanized stuff or cybernetics with computers and stuff like that. That's how I imagine sci-fi animes for the most part. Also dealing with a lot of like heavier themes of like human identity in a digital era. And then my interest in anime wasn't or weren't a fad. It started in the 60s and then went on for almost 40 years. I mean, if you're gonna talk about that, like too, like yeah, you think about it with like like anime sci-fi in general, or like with the concept with the engineers, it's not too terribly far off, and it's not necessarily a fad. I'm just saying what continued onward. I would say when I'm talking about the fad base, and you have to think about it, and like now you got to look at the macro sense and not the micro. It's kind of hard. It's gonna flux. It's gonna ebb and flow like time. You look at anime in the concept of how it came out. Most anime like started off mostly in the 40s and it progresses. And as this time progresses, you notice like by the time we hit towards the 90s, right? Technology is still advancing and still changing communication, and then actual technology itself is evolving. But it hasn't really hit as hard as it got towards the later 90s and then to the 2000s. Once it hit to the 2000s, like once the internet became more of a thing, like internet was like a thing towards the mid 90s, but once it got bigger and communication became explosive at that point, that's when things just kind of exponentialized so fast, and it became more of a cultural generational fad. That's what I mean when I'm talking about fad. So like you really recognize that more so like 90s onward. I mentioned like 80s had shonen, but that's the truth with a lot of that portion. But as you kept on going generationalized, and it just kept going at rapid speed, and it kept advancing in what was in demand at the time. There are anime in the 60s that's more transhumanish than new anime. I want to say yes to that one a lot, especially like the way I can argue with that one is a lot of the cyberpunk stuff back in the 80s. So like Appleseed, Cyber City, Odio, 0080, I think it's 0083, Black Magic 66. I think Blackjack was one of them. I'm naming a lot of old school OAVs. Votoms. What was that one called again? Not Mad Jack. Oh my god, my brain. Come on. God, come on, I don't remember it. MD Geist. There we go. But that's not too sci-fi, but still, it's got a lot of those transhumanist concepts within them in each of those OVAs and series I've mentioned. Asteroids was in the 60s? I thought it was 50s or 40s because Giant Robo came out in the... No, wait, you're right. Giant Robo should be the 50s. Astro Boy came after Giant Robo. So yeah, it would have been the 60s. My bad. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. And right now, I'm not Googling anything right now. I just have my Twitch out. I'm trying to like catch up to what you guys are commenting. Okay. I never liked VR anime, even when Dot Hack Sign did it. Found out. See, and that's the thing too. Like Dot Hack was very much like character based and story. It was the kind of like that traditional Japanese like cinematic kind of thing. Not cinematic, but like theming. If I'm putting that right. By that I mean like It's slower, methodical pace, more focus on conversations. Kind of reminds me of like a Kevin Smith or a Quentin Tarantino movie. It's more so dialogue driven than action or anything else. It's very much dialogue driven. It's very much about the characters. So, yeah, of course. Engineers made this Gundams and Zaku's. And it's funny because when you mentioned that, like, it's the same thing with Star Trek because Gundam is the Star Trek of the anime culture. I actually know a couple of my engineer friends who were inspired by Gundam and Star Trek. Either both of them together or one or the other. Or Robotech. One of them was actually inspired by Robotech, which sadly, like you do realize that's Macross, right? He's like, no, I love Robotech more than Macross. I was like, okay. But yeah, I'm like, I totally get what you're saying, because, again, like I said, anime is that influencer, that influential build. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I didn't go into that path. Engineering was not me. Film was my forte. Art is my thing. And then anime, you got. I'm catching up. I'm like 10 minutes behind. I apologize, guys. I'm looking. I rant. I like shonen, but I like other genres as well. Also, ever since the pandemic, I started looking into genres. Well, that's great. I mean, like, I mean, trying to be positive about the whole pandemic situation for me. The positive positive perspective of the pandemic was just having more time gaming. Actually, I had slowed down on my gaming because I actually had more time to game, so that was really, really nice. Animal Crossing took up that time. But other games did too. I started exploring and trying to play different games, so I'm like, I actually recorded them. I did them on Twitch too. I should be doing like more, I should review those games in the future and post up like my game footage and stuff like that. Oh, sorry. Oh Lord. Maybe it was Demon City Shinjuku, but the difference. Wait, am I? Because I remember watching Demon City Shinjuku in high school. I'm gonna out myself. That's when I was like looking into like the hentai stuff and whatnot, and I found that. No, I'm thinking of Legend of the Overfiend. Demon City Shinjuku. That probably is it then. That probably is what I saw then when I was a kid, because that was a really messed up anime. But Legend of the Overfiend is something I remember too. God, that reminds me like how visceral anime can get, and I really appreciate anime for being very visceral. Love you.
Love you.
And when I was growing up, they were showing Dragon Ball on Nicktoons. Did they actually show Dragon Ball on Nicktoons? Because I remember watching Dragon Ball. I think originally I had watched Dragon Ball the Ocean dub back on Channel 13, and then when Cartoon Network first brought it in, they had their new Funimation dub, basically, and then I watched Dragon Ball through Toonami. And then I also watched, because I spoiled myself, there was like the international channel. I don't know if you guys are in California, but I had Cox television service, basically. And it was like Channel 66 was international channel, and they had Japanese Dragon Ball Z. So I actually got to watch the original opening, the closing, which I thought was goofy at the time, but I really enjoyed both of them. I really love the Head Chalos main theme. But I was watching it, like, I was so in advance. At the time when I was watching it, it was like, we were, like, not even, like, through Frieza Saga complete, and I was watching, like, the Android to Cell saga on there. So I was getting, like, the future, but I had no idea what they were talking about. I was like, this is cool. I get to watch it. They're fighting. I don't understand what they're saying, but it's so cool. Oh, man. And then let me continue. When I think of a fad, I think of something that lasts 5 years tops. I think when it comes to fad, let me have some fun here. So let me put this up here, and we're gonna do a quick little research. Definition of fad. So, an intense and widely shared enthusiasm for something, especially one that is short-lived and without basis in the object's qualities, a craze. And I mean, exactly that. How about fad time frame? Fad time frames. It's not really gonna give me much answer. Cause like when I think of a fad, right? I think of something that's like it. There is no defined time for a fad, right? It could be as short as fidget spinners for a year, a couple years ago. It could be moon shoes back in the 90s. It could be jarts back in the 60 to 70s or 70s to 80s. I can't remember. Or it could be as something as simple as like a certain type of genre, be it in film, anime, or shows. There's not going to be a set time frame for it. It could change as quickly as it came, or it can last as longer than it came, and it varies. It truly varies. I would say that fads are mostly going to be based off of base like not business 101, but I'd say like a little bit of advanced business is just like understanding that when it comes to companies creating stuff based around fads, they're only going to be producing around that fad for as long as it's popular and it's generating revenue for them. The moment that there's a decline in it, they go into a phase of seeking something newer to replace it, or revitalizing it, or moving on completely from there. And that's where you end up getting that new genre build, or something else that comes out of it. But then they can also go to another phase too, but that's something on its own separate thing. I'm slowly catching up. Okay. Yeah. Also, the 2000s also into the 2000s that when the big three came out, that's when everything changed. And of course, because at that time, I'm assuming the big three you're talking about is like Gundam, Dragon Ball Z. The third one, unless you're like talking about Naruto, I want to say that Sailor Moon was one of the first contenders, because Sailor Moon was one of the earliest ones that came out on there, and it snowballed from there for like anime wise, because they were trying to I think they were trying to replace like Powerpuff Girls, and they put on Sailor Moon and stuff like that. But because at the time beforehand, anime wasn't big in America. I mean, it was big in the context of like with adults. I remember when I was a kid again, watching like Sci-Fi Channel, having that at times. I remember Cinemax actually had like a couple of months where they had like honored anime, and they had like Ninja Scroll, Demon City, and Vampire Hunter D like airing at like late night, like at 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. or something like that. And replacing Skinemax for some time. I'm joking, but I actually mean it. That's what they did. But yeah, like at that time, 2000s, anime wasn't that big, and then with those animes and the eruption that happened with Toonami, it spiraled. And then post 2000s, it started becoming mainstream. That's why I said like it's like early 2000s, mid 2000s, it really got mainstreamed, and then there was that weird shift dynamics with seasonal anime in Japan, which became more in the 2010s. Gaming also, you're right. There's nothing positive about the pandemic. I have the same amount of free time now as I had 18 months ago. Oh, I'm sorry about that. For me, I don't know if you can already tell. Like I try to find the silver lining in anything, be it good or bad. I don't try to placate or put down the pandemic and not make it serious or anything like that. I just try to make a positive situation out of anything, because anybody can be pessimistic. I'm naturally pessimistic, so I'm like, I don't like to portray and put off that energy towards others. I like to be that positive energy for everybody else, because I feel like everybody will feed off of whatever energy you give, right? It's kind of that saying, like, you get what you give. So like, I want to give others that positive energy so I can feed off of that positive energy, so I don't have to be negative myself. So I try to keep keeping my head in the clouds, not blindly. I'm flying through the clouds and I'm aware of what I'm doing, but I'm trying to be positive and find that silver lining. So I'm trying to be positive about the pandemic. I can say all kinds of terrible things right now about the pandemic, but I'd rather not, and I'm trying to stay positive and having the good energy that I can carry with me, and then share it with others, like you guys. It's too easy to be a pessimist. Trust me, if I go to pessimistic mode, it's just like, yeah, Yeah. Yeah. No, no, I'm not gonna go there. Define a short period. I don't know. There's no true way of defining a short period when it comes to a fad. Like I mentioned before, like when it came to like fidget spinners, everybody was like crazy for it back in 2017, 2018. I want to say 2017 probably. Like it was like a full year, and like everyone was going crazy for it, and then stores started stocking on it, and now it just kind of went away. I don't think that there could be a specific time frame. It could be as short as maybe like I would think as short as like a few days to a week, and it can expand for decades. Who knows? Some people would say that disco is a fad, and then some people would tell me to go. They would want to kill me for saying no, no, I'm making a joke, but I'm making an example though. It's like it really varies, and it's really hard to define a time frame for something that's not set in stone, that doesn't have a definitive scientifical or logical like timestamp or like an expiration date. If that makes sense. Because when I think about a fad, I'm like it could be like just like a fad of like something else, or just like it could come and go as it pleases, or how the consumer pleases. A quarter of a century isn't a short period. It's depending on how you frame it or how you look at it. You can look at it in a micro sense. That's not a short period. That's a long time period, right? If you look at the macro sense of like, I don't know, you can look at it in the term of the 90s or term of like our current century. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's depending on how you want to frame it. It's these kind of dialogues are the same. Like it's trying to create that definition or that definitivity, and that's why there needs to be the flexibility of the dialogue. That's why like I kind of look at things in both of the macro and micro sense, and I try to look at it in the bigger picture of things. But when you kind of frame it in some ways or portions, that's how it is. I don't know. I try to make logic out of it at least. Let's see. So by that logic, gasoline cars are a fad. I mean, if you want to argue it that way, you could. I would say they try to figure a argument or try to figure a way to construct it into that kind of an argument. A fad is not so necessary. Let me put it this way too. A fad is not a need. A fad is a want. That makes sense. Gasoline right now is not necessarily a want because it's technically we still are utilizing it. I'm not super smart on this stuff, okay? So I'm just speaking my mind here. Forgive me for my ignorance. But as far as I understand, when it comes to fuel-based cars versus like hybrids or hydrogen or electric-based, like Teslas or whatnot, at the moment here, it is the need right now because none of the other ones could still fully satisfy the need of travel as much as what we currently have. A fad, if you think about it this way, is more of a want. It's not something that we need. It's like a consumable that is not necessary. I bring back like fidget spinners, right? It's a want. People want it because it was like kind of cool or kooky or weird, and all these kids were going all crazy over it, right? And then companies see this and like, oh my god, we need to capitalize this. We need to make money off of this. Let's go, make, sell, and that's the concept. That's the idea behind a fad. But then again, you could also argue, and here's why I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I always contradict myself too. I think in both ways. So it's like, you can also argue, like, well, if that's a fad, then how would you consider that with anime, like anime too? Like, it's something that people are needing in a sense too, because it's inspirational. It's art. I always think art is in itself, it's a need, but it's also a want. It's a mercurial desire. That makes sense. It changes between what is a want and what is a need, because as a need, it can inspire and change people, to motivate people to do things that they wouldn't have done before, career-wise, inventing-wise, motivating them to do what they do every day, sort of thing. Or then you can look at it in the perspective of like a want. It's like, well, I got nothing better else to do. I don't feel like watching this. Or like, hey, this looks really cool. Let me watch this. I feel like I want to watch this. That's what I'm meaning on that one. Oh lordy. So here's the funny thing. Like, so I'm finally catching up on the 57 mark now. So Anime Central means Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. I have not watched One Piece dubbed. I refuse to watch it dubbed because I've heard of so many of the terrible translations that 4Kids did the butcher. I never watched it. I watched a little bit of the Naruto. I was not a huge fan of Naruto, unfortunately, which is weird. You think that if I like Dragon Ball Z, I would like Naruto too. I did not like Naruto. And Bleach, I watched it for some time, and I don't know what season I stopped off on, but once it got off the train of trying to rescue Rukia and started talking about like the generals and stuff like that and their lives, and I jumped ship. I got bored. I'm like, what is this? We were right in the middle of the fight of rescuing Rukia, and now we're going into like a historical background. It's like, oh lord, now it's filler central, and that's why I jumped off the ship on that. Some things have no positivity, but that isn't healthy to think about it. No, and that's true. Like, some things don't have any positivity. And I'm not saying, and I'm not going to always say, like, everything's positive, right? I try to find the best positivity within a situation. Try to bring in the good energy, because if you remain negative, it's not going to be good for everybody else. I think sharing that positive energy again will be more beneficial than being negative. Not saying that, like, other people can't be negative or whatnot. I respect if anyone wants to be negative. That's totally cool. That's on you. I respect that, but me, I try to be, I don't know how to describe it. Try to be positive at least, or try to be good about, I want to say, like, at least be a good person. I don't know. I'm not saying that not being negative is not being a good person. I'm not saying that at all. So don't misconstrue that. Because sometimes you do need negative people, and I'm not going to lie, because negative people can also bring out, like, hey, you got to find that fine balance, because if you're too positive in life, you run like a dumb happy dog into a very dangerous situation, or you can create dangerous situations. But if you're too pessimistic in life, you do not look or appreciate the things that you have that nobody else has, or like you are in a better situation than you actually think of, or you could put yourself in those worser situations because you keep thinking negatively. You got to find that right balance. And so I kind of like, I wave around like this. I'm like, okay, I try to do it, but if it's too negative, I'm going to try and veer it a little bit, even though it's like not too much. And if it's too good, well, you got to pull it back a little bit, because you can't always think everything's good, because everything good, it might be too good to be true. So, you know, it's finding that right balance. So, I hope I made my understanding on that one, or my justification on that understandable. I try. I'm looking at it in a macro sense. A percentage of my existence, I'm not going to live for a century and a quarter. Okay. No, that makes sense. So if you're looking at the macro, well, if you're, so macro, I'm looking at the macro sense. So you're not looking at the micro. And a percentage of my existence, I'm not going to live a quarter of a century. Okay. So then I think what you're stating here is not so much as the macro sense of existence itself, it's the macro sense of your lifespan, if I'm not mistaken, right? And if that's the case, then that would more or less, like, you're looking at it like that's not really a short time frame, as you were saying, like 40 years of a type of genre that you enjoy, which is that sci-fi, including with like stories that involve around with engineers for the most part, or engineer versus engineer. I'm going to say, like, it's not necessarily short. But would you say that was truly a fad, though? Was that truly something that people had wanted beyond what was created? And see, that's a little bit harder there. I don't know. I'd have to dive a little bit more into that one and thinking hard on that, thinking a little bit more, a little more involved. Like, I'm thinking about it, like, so you take in the concept like Astro Boy, right? And then we move it along. It's like Astro Boy was a popular anime back then, and then we move it along with a scooch up 80s. We got Gundam, for an example, right? And Gundam was already in itself bigger than it was. It was in demand for some time in the early 90s, but then early 80s throughout, and then it kind of faltered. And then it kind of picks back up. I'm not sure. I also kind of think about, too, like, there are certain fads, too, if you want to still go on that fad route, that get picked up again, too. Or they get revived. Like, kind of like Anime was mentioning too, the revival of shonen in the last decade. So that's something to think about too. But let me continue forward. Are video games a fad? I don't know. Not all wants are fads. I will agree with you there. Here, let me ask this though. What's an example of a fad that's actually a need? And then going back to that definition of a fad, let me try and see if I can pull that up. Oh man, I think I closed it. So, definition of a fad. So here, let me put this over here again, and I'm going to put this one back up. So yeah, again, definition of the fad, right? If we're looking at the definition of the fad, an intense and widely shared enthusiasm for something, especially one that is short-lived and without bias in the object's qualities, a craze. That being said, a fad can come in and out. A fad could not necessarily be a need, but it's a widespread enthusiasm for something, so it can be a need. Maybe my definition is not needs to be redefined at that point. But then my question would be then what example of a fad was a need? Like I could think of like Slinkies as like a lot of the fads I'm thinking of are like toys or like gimmicky kind of things that came and went and sometimes returned too. I think of like Slinkies, like I mentioned moon shoes, jarts, or lawn darts. Or we can do genres like in the 90s, like action movies were like, no, sorry, not 90s. The 90s was like more tapered off at that point. 80s had like a lot of action movies. That was like a huge fad back in the day. And then like, you don't get as many action movies in the 90s. It was mostly like comedies and romance movies. If you really look at the grander scale of movies that were released between 1990 and the 2000s. And then you can even argue like even between the 90s, like between all those time frames, there's animation stuff. So I don't know. It's like, I'm curious. 4Kids was a greater localizer too. Their only blunder was One Piece. I don't know. I mean, they did a great job because if I'm not mistaken, they did like Shaman King, Pokemon. Did they do Metabots? I don't remember if they did Metabots or not. Yeah, they did. They did bring in a lot of anime, changed up some stuff, censored some things. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, One Piece was that was bad enough. I didn't want to touch that. Okay, so I'm a huge fan of I like One Piece. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm not like a huge fan of it, but I enjoyed it a lot. And I hear from my friends, one of my friends who was a super huge fan of One Piece, when she had watched like a few episodes of the dub, because like, you know, she had to like absorb all the content, right? She watched a few episodes of the four Kids dub, and my God, I never heard her rage so much about it. It was like absolute vitriol coming out of her mouth. I was like, okay, I get it. 4Kids dub sucked. I got it. But then a lot of us in the group would just tease her at times. Go like, it's like we'll start like trying to make fun of the song. I think it was like ho 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 took a bite of that dub fruit gum. I can barely remember that. That was back in the college days. My lifespan is my world. Yes. Okay. When most people think fads, they think at least 5 years. I don't know. My thoughts on fads, I've always felt like, if you ask me my personal opinion on that one, I feel like fads are like maybe like a year at best. Like some time frame of a year, maybe less, maybe more. And it can go on furthermore too. Like an example of a fad I would think would be like the Frozen Elsa song, for an example. That was a fad that spanned it out for a couple of years. And then Disney was able to ride that furthermore and made that's not just a fad, but they were able to, after all the grossing money, they decided to go with Frozen 2 and they went with that. So I thought that was another interesting one right there. And that's what I would think of like time frame. That's at least how I fathom time frames with a fad. And then short-lived, yeah. Okay, just because squares aren't rectangles doesn't mean fixated on it. Okay, and then 4 kids. Can I catch? Oh my god, I'm catching up. I'm catching up. Yes. Okay. Uh, True. All right, and I'm not gonna disagree with that comment at all because I got nothing else to 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 commentate on that one too. But 4 kids often left things in that was more dark than the stuff. Well, like I'm thinking back. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I thought 4 kids did Yu-Gi-Oh, and they took away all the whole Shadow Realm stuff. Like they I remember they was supposed to be like some other realm. Like of course like inferences of guns and cigarettes. I mean they continue that to One Piece, where if I remember correctly, Sanji didn't have a cigarette; he had a lollipop. Oh god, that was terrible. That was terrible. Oh my god. I mean, it's like kids don't see cigarettes. I'm like, but again, I guess they don't want to make him look cool with the cigarettes. So, yeah. Another thing I can think about one like four kids dubbing was like, or not dubbing but localization dubbing, like in Pokemon, like there was a couple episodes like the swimsuit episode I remember was I remember that it's either cut out completely or super edited down because I think they mixed that into with the tentacle episode, reasonable taking out the Porygon episode that would give kids seizures. And I think they changed some dialogue and stuff like that with James because he tends to cross dress a lot, and I think they changed some of his dialogue or words. I'm not entirely certain about that, and I felt like I think they took out a couple more episodes too, but I can't remember off the. I only remember like the earlier stuff. So like I remember watching Pokemon when I was younger, into the whole Pokemon was a fad, right? But I think Pokemon was a fad that outlived itself and like it kept going, and it comes in waves. I feel like at least when from what I see in the Pokemon fandom, at least it's like a tidal wave, right? There's a high tide and there's a low tide, and then there's a high tide and then there's a low tide, and I feel like that's the same thing with a lot of fandoms too. That's why I don't think like a fad truly dies. As long as someone really, really enjoys it or holds on to it, it's not really dead. It might not be as big, but it's not dead. But yeah, that's what it made me think about in regards to that one. Let me keep going. All right. I mean, 5 years for. 5 years for an overextended fad. I'm like, okay, yeah. Like, I would almost point like Pokemon for an example. Like, I remember with Pokemon, it was like 98. And it was like huge. 98 to 99, total craze. Games, manga, or comics too, because they kind of ported the comics and they ported in the manga. The games, the cards, the toys, backpacks, not utensils, stationary stuff and whatnot. Like it was all over the place. And then like around about 2000s, it just tapered off, right? And like that was the introduction of introduction of gold and silver. I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then it kind of like tapered off, and like that's where like me, for an example, I got pissed off and I left because like I played gold and silver for a little bit. My brother bought the game, and I bought a little bit of the Neo cards. But I got so upset because like I had like I was still young. Like I just memorized all 151 Pokemon. I could name you all the Pokemon. I could name you all their stats and when they leveled up and they got their special moves and stuff like that. But when that came out, I'm like, freaking flip the table. I'm done. I don't want to memorize another set of 150 plus. And I was like, I was done. I don't think it was 150 plus, but still. And I didn't come back until 4th generation, because then 3rd generation came around, and I think that kind of like flowed a little bit too. And then when I came back during 4th gen with Pearl and Diamond, so I skipped Ruby and Emerald, and I came back for Pearl and Diamond and Pearl. I played Pearl, obviously, so that's I said it first. But it felt like the fandom kind of came back, but then when the game already ran its course, it kind of slowed back down and it kind of went away a little bit. I think that makes sense, does it? I don't know. It's kind of hard to put a definitive time frame or anything like that for a fad, I feel. We're putting a harder definition of like want or need, but that's how I felt in the description earlier on. Let's see here. Yeah, it heals in everything but name. Okay, yeah. All right. Oh, it's hell in everything but name. Oh yeah, in regards to One Piece, I get what you mean on that one there. Porygon did nothing wrong. Yeah, he gave a bunch of Japanese kids seizures. Okay, so it wasn't Porygon. Playing the animators on that one. He gave a lot of those Japanese kids seizures, and I feel bad for them. I laugh about it, but I feel bad for them, being honest. And I would have loved to see that episode just take out all the strobe effects, so no one will experience that ever again. I could swear they did that, or maybe it's like on YouTube or something. You can actually watch the episode and then experience that. I already mentioned that with the four kids with the whole censoring for Yu-Gi-Oh. So I already talked about that one. Anime, I'm finally catched up. I'm at 417 now. Also, when it compared to animation, not just anime, you can tell stories that you can't see in movies, and that's why anime doesn't work in live action. No, and I completely agree. So you talking about that one makes me want to talk about like live action anime movies. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen the ones on like Netflix or some of the ones that Japanese have brought to live action. Not all of them are bad or garbage. Some of them are pretty good. Like, I don't know if you guys seen the Rurouni Kenshin movies. Everything I'm going to talk about, I'm going to do a review eventually because I want to keep doing reviews. I enjoy doing that and talking to you guys. It's fun. But the Rurouni Kenshin movies, I know there's a fourth one being made right now and coming out, but I enjoyed the Rurouni Kenshin movies. They did a pretty good job of being solid compilations to the what is it, buddy? What is it, buddy? Me. Don't sneeze on me. I don't want to be sneezed on. You can't see him. Let me lower it down a little bit. There you go. There he is, right there. Just like right there. He's just like woke up from his sleep. Anyways, but yeah, like some anime movies can be good. Like the Rurouni Kenshin one, I liked a lot. I'm gonna get a shot for this one. I liked the ScarJo Ghost in a Shell. But not for all the wrong reasons. I just enjoyed it as a movie. And if I think about it as a fan, I get pissed off. Royally pissed off. But as a movie, it was still enjoyable. I enjoyed it. I try not to think of it as a Ghost in a Shell movie. That's why. Kind of hard. I didn't see no Tachikoma, so I think I'm good there. But then there's other movies that were like hot garbage. I don't know if you guys watched on Netflix. There was the Full Metal Alchemist movie on there for some time. I don't know if it's still there or not. Super okay. The acting was weird and trying to do all the CGI stuff. It kind of like what I was talking about earlier about Origin CGI with the 2D. It just didn't look good at all. It looked weird. And then the acting, and that's certain things you can get with anime, like their facial expressions, their excitements or their mannerisms. You can catch that in animation, but you can't catch that in life. You can't catch that in life. It's really, really hard. You could be kind of animated and like excited or like really like menacing or like kind of like Gendo like, but you're not gonna catch that same splendor you get from actually watching it in the anime. And you can only act so far. And actors can act themselves out of a shoebox, but not in this case. And I felt like the acting from like Edward, right, was just awful. It just didn't feel like Edward from the anime, and it's like he's trying really hard. I respect him for trying, but it was terrible. It's funny, even when I was talking about the whole Rurouni Kenshin, I liked it a lot because it was like, it was a fun live action version of it, and like, there's not too much that you can screw up on, but it was more serious in tone than it was comedic, because like, the anime is actually a lot more comical moments, especially with Kenshin's like Oro kind of things, and when he does his Oros in the movie, it's very cringy. Super cringy. Cringier than what I'm doing right now. But I find that is just, it's cringe. But outside of that one, then you go to other live action portions, like, for an example, Death Note. Oh God, that's I enjoyed the Death Note anime. I have massive respect for it. The only thing that was good about the Death Note movie was Willem Dafoe's voice as Ryut. That's it. I cannot in good faith say anything else good about that movie. Hot freaking garbage. So much material to work with, and you screwed it up. I don't know how, but you screwed it up. Drop the ball. Drop the ball. I don't know how. That's why I'm like, that's why when I talk about Ghost in the Shell, I try to justify it, right? I'm like, at least it pays respect to an extent and homage to certain things, even though it's kind of, but it's not a total screw the pooch moment. It's not a total screw the pooch movie. You can get something like Death Note, and then you're really gonna cry. Or you can even better. I'm gonna one up Death Note. You know, I could actually watch Death Note over this movie. Dragon Ball Evolution. I cried. I'm like, how do you get so messed up? At least Death Note followed to some level. Dragon Ball Evolution was nowhere near what it's supposed to be. It is a far cry. Oh Lord, it's awful. Oh my God. I've seen it like twice. Once because I didn't know any better, and the second time because when back in my college days we used to do like movie nights, and we did worst movie night, right? And you could name like all kinds of like horrible movies. We actually kind of did a two-parter of it. And one of my friends wanted it to be an ass and bring Dragon Ball Evolution to the party. Good game, sir. Good game. I mean, we got some pretty bad movies, but that's at least the bad movies we watched were enjoyable. I didn't have any enjoyment out of watching that. Oh, God Almighty, I get so flustered about that Evolution. Oh my God. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, there are hit and misses, right? It's kind of like video game movies itself too, where there's a lot more misses than there are hits. But when you get the hits, they're solid. And most of the time, the good anime movies are usually consistent with just staying within its lane, within its realm of being actual animation, or they do a very nice adaptation. Rurouni Kenshin's one I bring up, as always. I'm trying to think if there's any other live action one that I have seen that I can remember that I actually liked a lot too. There's not a whole lot that I can remember though. Oh God, you made me think about it too, which was live action in the Gundam reviews I'm going to be doing towards the mid-end of the UC century. I will be reviewing G Savior, the live action Gundam movie. Not based on any of the Gundam series, just a movie of its own in the same time frame or timeline. And God, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's gonna be a hot mess. I really wish I could review stuff and put it on Twitch and watch it with you guys, because I would riff so hard on stuff like this. I would love to riff on it, but YouTube and Twitch could I got nothing nice to say about it, so I'm not gonna say nothing nice about it. I'm not gonna try it. Let me continue. Let's see, where did I leave off? Okay, so I'm moving back on time again. 10 minutes ago. All right, now the shadow, it's like, no, the Shadow Realm and Hell in everything but name. Yeah, exactly. Like the way that they depict it is like it kind of eludes the idea that it's Hell, but they kept referring to the Shadow Realm, the Shadow Realm, the Shadow Realm, the Shadow Realm, that kind of thing. And like when I watched it, I was like, okay, Shadow Realm is supposed to be something else. And then when you actually watch the original stuff, I was like, oh, that's what they're talking about. Oh, Pikachu made the flashing lights. Okay, so yes, if I'm remembering right, Porygon was there, and it's not necessarily Porygon, you're right, because it was like some kind of missiles in the data, and then Pikachu uses Thunder Shock or Thunderbolt to zap it, and when they explode, it causes that strobing red, yellow, white, I think is what it was for the strobing effects. I've seen a little bit of that. I think it was like through a Watch Mojo video, I think. I can't remember. It's like one of those like band episodes and stuff like that. Yeah, Detective. Thank you for reminding me that. I forgot about that. It's funny because I have like my Detective Pikachu card right up there. But yeah, Detective Pikachu is another good example. Oh man. So side note. I remember when I talked with my friends and family, like when Detective Pikachu out, I'm like, I was excited and I was happy to watch the movie. My inside like 10-year-old was like screaming with joy because like when I was younger, when I was a kid, I always wanted to watch live action Pokemon movie. Because I'm like it's like that whole like like you wanted it to come to life, right? You want to live in that world. Pokemon was just so enthralling for me when I was a kid, and I'm like, I wish I could see it in real life. I had to settle for Pokemon movies 1 through 3. Okay, that's fine. Decades later, finally got a live action movie, and it was actually a good one too, and it's pretty faithful for what it is. I mean, yeah, it's not an original, it's not following anything of the anime or the show or anything like that, but it was its own original content following off of a game, based off the game, and it did a great job, I think. Let's see here. Hey, what's up? Can I show you an anime opening? I don't know what the stars are. Say Dumuzi. Am I saying your name correctly? Dumuzi. I don't know. So right now, like, the reason why I'm only doing like images or I have like things up like this. I forgot to minimize that and go back to. It's because I'm gonna be putting stuff up on YouTube. Like after I'm streaming, I'm gonna be putting this up on YouTube. I'm also gonna be chopping this up a little bit just so I can have the actual reviews themselves. But I'm just trying to stay away from anything that can have music or like video, so it doesn't flag. Bit in not a hot water, but I'm just not happy with YouTube. But I still want to make content. Like if you guys go to my YouTube channel, like you'll see like I've done some other reviews, and I didn't never want to be on screen, and I was just trying to do voiceover with actual like stuff. A lot of my content got flagged, and it frustrated me because I spend hours editing. So I'm now approaching this in more of a lazy man approach, but more of a live approach. I like this whole live stream reviewing, and then I'll be posting it up. And I might go back and chop it up. If YouTube is not going to be a pain, I would like to chop up my reviews that I just did right now and actually splice it in with like the footage I have on hand. I can actually do that, but I don't want to put like 16 hours of work ripping footage and then finding the right stuff and putting it into with the reviews, and it's just going nowhere and won't be seen or whatnot, or it'll get blocked. Likewise is that I don't want to put up something. If you want to show me something, if you want to link me or whatnot, I'm cool with that, and I'll check it out. But I'm not necessarily going to be putting it on screen just yet. I know some other streamers do it. I'm kind of privy. I'm still working with this new format, so bear with me. But I appreciate the offer. And then anime. I'm talking the American versions that are good. Japanese live action versions as well. Ghost in the Shell live action wasn't the best. Also, Kenshin was also good. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, we're on the same boat. We're on the same boat here. I don't know that many like anime live action American made. Oh yeah, Battle Angel Alita actually, but that was another good one too. I enjoyed that one. I think Japanese has a lot more hits than misses versus American made ones. But I think because the Japanese tend to have a little bit more attention towards the detail and more respect towards the source material, because that's what they're trying to get to, and they understand their market better. Most American companies, or in this case, film industry companies, do not care. They're really utilizing a name just to get the fans out and put butts on seats. That's what it is. If it means calling someone Goku, but not having him have funky hair or actually do, ki attacks and stuff like that, or be, an actual Saiyan, they don't care. If it's going to get butts and seats, they'll do it. That's that. All right, Commodore, I know you've probably already left at this point. Appreciate you checking me out and watching here. Hope you'll stop by next time and check out the video on YouTube. Continue on. See, Dragon Ball Evolution Goku. Oh, thank you for reminding me about Speed Racer anime. That one. Oh man, I loved Speed Racer the movie. The Wachowski. Okay, I had to say it correctly. No longer brothers, the siblings. Wachowski siblings did a fantastic job with it. I think they did an awesome job bringing the spirit and the look. It's the closest yet you'll ever get to a live action movie mimicrying an anime. The closest you'll ever get. They get the right shots, the right expressions, even the action sequences too. It's funny because when I watched it not about a month ago or so, I was just watching with friends, and there was the fight sequence, you know, like when they're at the pass and they're like fighting off the gangsters and something like that. I'm like, I remember watching Speed Racer and I'm like, I don't remember them fighting like that. And then I watched something on YouTube. It was like a side by side comparison of like shot by shot of like some of the fight sequences. And I was like, oh man, that is exactly what it was in the cartoon. And bear in mind, I haven't seen Speed Racer since it was on Cartoon Network back in the 90s. Okay, so I'm like, I'm just having memories of it, but not very, very concrete ones. But Wachowski siblings did a fantastic job with Speed Racer. Phenomenal movie. I'm sad that it did not get enough viewership, enough in the box office to get a sequel, or a lot of people like appreciated the movie. I only feel like maybe like real, like not, I'm not gonna say real anime fans or true anime fans, but like just fans of animation, or even the fans of Speed Racer would have appreciated that movie so much more. I mean, like I'm not a huge fan of Speed Racer, but I do have fond memories of it growing up with it as a kid too. So I remember that stuff a lot, and I'm watching it live action, like it was awesome. Also, I think it's one of the few movies I actually watched it multiple times in IMAX. My friend, who was kind enough to, I don't know if you ever watched Scott Pilgrim. I am Scott to his what was his name? Oh no, I can't remember his name. It's Scott's roommate. Oh no, I'll remember eventually. It'll be one of those. But I'm like Scott to Scott's roommate, and he would pay, like he would like, we would go out to watch IMAX movies, and 2 movies we watched the most in IMAX. Actually 3 movies. We saw Star Trek, the J.J. Abrams one, in IMAX about 8 or 9 times. Saw Speed Racer IMAX about 7 times, and then saw The Dark Knight in IMAX about 7 times too. But watching Speed Racer in IMAX was amazing. It is one of those events, like, if I could bring a bunch of friends and rent out an IMAX theater, I would totally do that. Just for the ending race alone. That entire end race and the very end sequence, the finish line. Your eyes will melt. Your eyes will melt watching that scene. It's amazing blur of colors. I enjoyed that thoroughly. No, you don't need to be on something to enjoy that. It was just literally, if you've ever been in IMAX, it's a huge screen and just like colors and everything was just like swirling around. It was like 2001: A Space Odyssey minus the like, you know, old vintage effect. When it comes to Twitch versus YouTube, I'm kind of a mix. I still enjoy watching stuff on YouTube, but that's because I follow a lot of people on YouTube I still enjoy to watch. I'm not a fan of it because of the ads. The last couple of years has growing from like, went from like here, then it went, it's becoming like watching television again. I cut the cable for a reason. I want to escape commercials. Now I'm getting commercials unless I pay for YouTube Red, which I'm not going to be doing any of that stuff. In addition to that, when making content for YouTube is very, very difficult if you do not have a big name or you're not one of the million subscribers, not subscribing, but ones that have like 1 million subscribers or more. You are pretty much like, if you're 1 million or more, you're pretty much untouchable with the content that you release for the most part, or I would say like at least a certain amount. If you are lesser than that and you have content that matches up with somebody else's content ID, again, I think I have it here on my Twitch, but you can find my YouTube link, and if not, I will link it there too. I will be posting this one up as well. But I was doing like some anime reviews. I did reviews on Dragon Ball Super. I got some flack for that. I did horror movie reviews for a little bit. I was trying to make that an entire month, but as I was working into it, I got flagged for every single review I did, and I was being blocked. And I was like, this is not cool. My last one I did, which was Cat's Eye, got blocked majority of the places, and I got frustrated because I spent a lot of time into that. I was trying to make that also very funny, you know, trying to break, you know, the mundane of like just doing a normal review. I try to have fun with it, and so it's just really, really frustrating, and that's why I don't want to like make content, like spend hours making a content when I can just do this approach, for an example. And that was that. frustrated me to no end. I wish YouTube could do something better about that, but YouTube's also doing a lot of other shadier, messed up stuff with other YouTubers that I've been following and stuff like that too. So, Twitch, on the other hand, I don't follow it as much. It's just sad because there's some that I do follow, but they don't stream as often, and I get that. Me myself, and I'm streaming right now. I'm like I'm guilty of this too, and I totally get it. Life happens, and I can get really really busy, and it sucks. I want to keep streaming, and I want to keep doing more stuff like this and have fun talking with you guys and also reviewing more content. That's why I'm going to try to just keep doing what I'm doing right now. I think I've not found perfectness in it, but I'm trying to have fun with it and blending it in between being interactive alongside with just being informative and fun. And of course, I'll be streaming other content as well. I mean, if you look at I think you can look on the channel too. You can see like the previous stuff. I've been streaming Monster Hunter for like almost a month, and that's a lot of fun. Family and friends. Okay. And let's see here. And when it comes to copyright, and that's a thing about copyright was that I looked it over. So I've dealt a lot with contracts and stuff like that, and legality and legalese about things like that. And the thing is that everything you're doing it's about copyright / fair use. And for the most part, unless it's not completely transformative or whatnot, or not original of its piece, it's not considered that. But if you look at any of the reviews I've done compared to anybody else who's done reviews on YouTube, for an example, it's pretty much the same thing. So that's why I'm like, how is it not transformative? How it's not fair use? And YouTube says no. I can only argue so much with them before they just say no, because they can say no, and they're not going to give it a second view. And it frustrates me and annoys me about that. I'm assuming that scene was cool. Was the Speed Racer the finish line scene? And yeah, making YouTube content is hard these days. They focus too much on mainstream streamers. Yeah. And I thank you, Anime. I really appreciate the good work saying. It's really hard to like stream or find time to stream, especially with a really, really busy schedule. So, and it's between work, personal life, finding time to watch anime or movies or playing games. I mean, I got my Switch right here where I normally would stream, but like just trying to find time to do all of this and then of course stream too. It's like it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if you've followed me before or not, but like I've streamed last time I streamed was almost a week ago when I did this review, and before that was another week ago when I was playing Monster Hunter, and then I slowed down with Monster Hunter, and then trying to do more stuff in my actual daily life because real life was slacking because I was gaming, and that started getting impactful. So who knows? It's trying to find that nice right balance, and just having fun with it all. And that's the thing. I think I enjoy making content just like I used to back in my old career. But I really, really enjoy making content and putting stuff out there. At this point, I'm going to try and keep putting out content, but not to a level of perfection like I used to try to do things, and not to a level of creating it where it exerts more time and energy when it might get shot down. That's why I try to be careful and cautious. I really appreciate that. And I'm curious. Let me take a look at this. Good Lord, 4 hours. I didn't even realize that, but I'm going to totally post this up on YouTube. I will be chopping up the bits and pieces I have, more like the highlights within Twitch, and then porting it over to my YouTube. That said, I'm going to come to a close here. Unless you guys got anything else you want to throw at me or whatnot, I'm going to save up and then move on to the next set of reviews. Like I said before too, I don't know if you guys caught it or not. This week I had already finished up I already finished up the original Gundam last week, and I finished up the movie Trilogy and the Origin OAV. And this week I'm going to be working on watching MS Igloo, 9 episodes total, spanning 3 different parts, which is MS Igloo Armageddon, or Apocalypse 0079, and MS Igloo 2. And then 8th MS Team, So I'm pretty sure all you Toonami people remember this one. I'm excited to do 8th Emma's team. But yeah, I'm gonna try and watch all of that this week. It's gonna be kind of hard to spread it out. But I was able to do the original a week ago within some relative good timing. I think I can make this. I can punch this one out. And I got some more, of course, plenty more Gundam series coming up. And then who knows? I might try to do some other random things here and there. Alrighty then. Well, I appreciate you sticking around, anime. And just a shout out, like always, if you guys haven't already, make sure to follow me on my Twitch account and on my Twitter. Same handle, or you can find me under Brisson Brown or at Brisson Brown. Right now, that's what I'm going to be doing in the future. And if you haven't already, or if you don't know already, I usually do my live streams after 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I might not be as frequent this week like I am, but I'm going to try and do, again, another live stream like this next weekend on this, like another Saturday. Maybe longer, maybe shorter, I don't know. Depends on the questions and comments I get. I love interacting with you guys. And if you haven't already, I'll probably link it up too, but I have my YouTube channel as well. It's under Absolute Nerd. Aside from that, do want to thank you guys for watching and sticking around. Until the next time, I will see you guys on the next live stream. Y'all have a good day now.